by the Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true faith is love in all of us land. Car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
On ouvre les portes, let the doors be open. Alors,
Order.
by members, déclaration de député, l'honorable député
The Honourable Member for Mirabel.
Entité vivante, président cette chambre.
Thank you very much. For weeks now, workers from all the regions of Quebec have no EI because they've come to the end of their benefits. They're in the black hole where thousands of families have no employment income because they work in a seasonal sector. Quebec has at least 200,000 workers in seasonal industry, fisheries, tourism, construction, and forestry, among others. Regional economies have a large number of seasonal workers. No one is moving to deal with this. This is an attack on our economy and our regions. Why does the government refuse to end the EI black hole and help seasonal workers throughout Quebec and the entire country? The problem needs to be solved once and for all, and it needs to be resolved quickly. The Honourable Member for Dorval, Lachine LaSalle.
On the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, I am honoured to see the Canadian War Museum open a new exhibit on Canada's tragic past. The St. Louis Ship of Fate tells the story of Canada turning away nearly 1,000 Jewish refugees fleeing the Nazi regime. Our country's immigration policies at that time targeted these people, families, and children who were fleeing unimaginable horrors. En cette journée internationale,
On this International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, we must, as parliamentarians, leaders, and Canadians, be vigilant and continue to do more. We need to build more inclusive communities with real solutions to real problems, jobs, access to justice, and human rights. I am proud to be part of a government that is taking action and consulting Canadians on a national approach to fight racism. Together we will build a future that is more positive and inclusive for our communities.
Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, it's officially spring in Canada, and that means it's time for the annual Maple Syrup Festival, the world's largest one-day maple syrup festival, held this year on April 7th. Members of this House have already received an invitation from me, but let me repeat it here and now. Please join me in enjoying some of the thousands of pancakes served with the world's best maple syrup. Mr. Speaker, I'd be happy to serve you personally. The festival is filled with great food, golden maple syrup, sugar bush tours, pancake flipping contests, and many other activities for all ages. Last year, over $55,000 was raised in support of 32 local charitable organizations. Springtime, maple syrup, flowers pushing through the snow, all signs of new life. And as we celebrate spring and approach Easter, let's remember the life, death, and resurrection of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, his perfect example of sacrificial love and his offer of new life. To my constituents in Kitchener-Conestoga and to all of my colleagues in the House, I wish you a happy and hope-filled Easter. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Mr. Speaker, On March 8th, the mayor of Boisbriand and I organized a meeting of women elected in 3 RCMs in the Lower Laurentians to celebrate International Women's Day. We invited women elected from the RCMs of Mirabel de Montagne and Thérèse de Blainville. There were over 25 elected officials from 9 cities: Bois-des-Filion, Blainville, Mirabel, Oka, Sainte-Thérèse, Boisbriand, de Montagne, Saint-Eustache, Rosemere, from all levels, from school boards to municipal, provincial, and federal governments. We seized the opportunity to discuss the distinct challenges of women in politics. I was very pleased to see the 4 cities which I represent here in Parliament were represented. We had such a success that elected officials from Saint-Eustache took up the torch for next year in order to hold the next event in 2019 in Saint-Eustache this time. In 2020, it looks like it will be in De Montagne. I am very happy to represent the Lower Laurentians region here in Ottawa, which is so dynamic and so well represented by talented women.
Honourable member for Vancouver East.
March 21st is the day for the elimination of racial discrimination. The fight against racism and discrimination is re-emerging as one of the defining struggles of our generation. From systemic racism experienced by the First Peoples to hate incidents like the horrific attack on Islamic Cultural Center of Quebec City to the series of bomb threats at the Jewish Community Center of Greater Vancouver, we have all felt the rising tide. Last March, as a Canadian of Chinese heritage, I was told by racists to go back to my country. From 2014 to 2016, hate crimes in Canada have been on the rise, increasing from 1,295 reported hated crimes to 1,409. We must work hard to send a strong and clear message that we stand firm and united against racism. We must find the courage to speak up and speak out against hate, even if it is coming from the U.S. president. Together, let's make racism wrong again.
Honourable member for Surrey Centre.
You ready?
Mr. Speaker, while we're back in our ridings last week, I was able to catch up with the BC Provincial Basketball Finals. Not only did Surrey Centre's small but mighty Coastal School Lions make the single-A roster, but my former high school Burnaby South Rebels won the Quad 4 championship. But what was most exciting for me was to watch my nephew, Nick Surai's South Kamloops Titans win the AAA championship, where Nick was named the tournament MVP with 28 points, 9 rebounds, and 12 out of 12 on free throws in the final game. Congratulations to coaches Tim Munega, Bryce McMillan, Team All-Star, Reed Jansen, Player of the Game Ripley Martin, and the entire Titan team for an outstanding performance. Thank you.
Honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to mark the World TB Day, which will occur this Saturday, March 24th. I, along with fellow members of this House, are standing in solidarity today with the communities and individuals affected by this devastating but curable disease, as we wear the End TB pin. In 2016 alone, tuberculosis claimed 1.7 million lives, more lives than to AIDS, malaria, and Ebola combined. We must do better. Around the world, funding for treatment and care is declining in many countries, and funding for research and development is stagnating. This year's theme focuses on building a political commitment to end TB. I encourage all members of this House to wear their End TB pins and to join with Canadians on March 24th to shed the light on this disease and to end TB around the world once and forever. Thank you.
Honourable member for Markham Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, it is great to be back in Parliament after a couple of weeks connecting with constituents and businesses at home in Markham Thornhill. It was a joy to visit the Copper Glen Elementary School to talk about being an MP to those energetic and smart 4th and 5th graders. Touring businesses and seeing firsthand some of the great employers like Autoliv and Estee Lauder, who are world leaders and who have some of the most advanced manufacturing facilities providing great jobs in Markham Thornhill. And finally, attending the Vision Youth Leadership Program Awards was truly inspiring. A program that through Canada Summer Jobs provided opportunities for young people to gain leadership skills. I talked about investments in Budget 2018 and how our government is committed to working hard for the middle class and those working hard to join it.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Mr. Speaker, the community of Châteauguay-Lacotte recently lost one of its pioneers of agriculture, Mr. Ari Van Winden. Mr. Van Winden left his native Holland and arrived in St. Patrice de Sherrington in 1954 to find a better life and see to the needs of his loved ones. Thanks to his expertise in drainage and with the help of his brothers, he transformed swampy land no one wanted into one of the loveliest agricultural lands in Quebec, Les Terres Noires. And so began the cultivation of lettuce, carrots, and onions. The Van Winden family set the foundation of a company now called VegPro International, the biggest producer of fresh vegetables in Canada. Mr. Van Winden is the precursor of our region's rural economy, and they are now called Jardin de Napierville, which has become the biggest fruit and vegetable producer in the province. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in the House to share that the past weekend, the Apple Creek Seventh-day Adventist Church gave me a petition, which I have sent to the Clerk of Petition at House of Commons. The petition asked the government boards with the opposition and remove the value test from Canada's summer jobs program. Even though the Liberal government has since voted down the opposition motion, I wanted to share that I will continue to stand up for the freedom guaranteed in the Charter and the student affected by this Liberal value test. This value test has no place in a tolerant, multicultural society such as Canada, and organizations should be able to receive funding for summer jobs regardless of their private conviction and regardless whether or not they choose to sign the application attestation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Brampton East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm a proud Canadian. I'm a proud Sikh, but I'm most proud that I live in a country that doesn't make me choose between the devotion to my faith and my devotion to my country. Yeah. Last week in my riding, I met with university students who are now being asked if they are extremists simply for practicing their Sikh identity proudly. Mr. Speaker, I too have been asked these questions, and my response has always been to deal with it in a positive manner and educate Canadians on how beautiful the Sikh religion and its people are. The principles of my faith have guided me in public service, especially the values of equality for all and performing seva, selfless service. Sikh history in Canada is 128 years old, and Sikhs proudly serve as leaders in all fields. Today, I ask all Canadians, if you have a question about Sikhs, come speak to myself or any other Sikh Canadian. We would be happy to share with you why our unique identity is so important to us and why advocating for human rights is a shared Sikh and Canadian value protected by the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Regardless of distance,
Mr. Speaker, World Down Syndrome Day happens annually on the 21st day of the third month of every year. This date was selected to signify the uniqueness of the triplication of the 21st chromosome, which causes Down syndrome. Today is a day to raise awareness of the vital role that people with Down syndrome play in enriching our lives and our communities. It gives me great pleasure on such a special day to welcome to Parliament Hill some very amazing people from the Kingston Down Syndrome Association. I would like to give a special welcome to my nephew Aiden, who celebrated his 17th birthday recently, as well as a big shout out to Pip, an awesome little girl who, with the help of her mother, began the Happy Soul Project in Kingston, which attempts to have an open, honest, and sometimes funny take on the challenges and triumphs and sweet moments of raising two little hooligans, one which just happens to have Down syndrome. I am incredibly proud of our Down syndrome community from Kingston, and I ask you to help me welcoming them to here on Parliament Hill today.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, many in this place will know that I've long advocated for breaking down barriers with more trade and investment flowing between interprovincial trade boundaries, and more so as we face increased uncertainty with NAFTA. Recently, the BC NDP government enacted a punitive property tax selectively in some parts of my riding against those Canadians who made the decision to purchase a recreational property in British Columbia. Now, imagine being penalized for investing your after-tax dollars on a recreational property in British Columbia instead of the United States. But that is exactly what the BC NDP are doing. Mr. Speaker, I would submit that this speculation tax is anti-Canadian, and I stand with the community of West Kelowna and all those in the Okanagan who are rejecting this unfair tax which penalizes our area and will do nothing to create more affordable housing.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, today is World Down Syndrome Day. I was proud to join in a flag raising at the City of Brampton to recognize this day. The theme this year is what I bring to my community. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, Canadians with Down syndrome bring a lot. In Brampton South, we have a vibrant community of residents with Down syndrome who gathers and find togetherness in a business made just for them. Christina Tortina's shop was created by a mother for her daughter to create work opportunities and engage other community members with exceptionalities. I want to thank all who work to support individuals with Down syndrome in Brampton South, including 321 Peel. I also want to acknowledge the superheroes who will star in the Play Day fundraiser for the great organization. Each of you brings your own gift to our community, making Canada stronger, more compassionate, and more diverse. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good job, Député de Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, being a black woman is to resist and survive all the time. Those are the words of Marielle Franco, a human rights defender, elected councilwoman, LGBTQ activist assassinated in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil on March 14th. Marielle Franco was a champion of hope, a voice for the voiceless, a leader in campaigns against poverty, police violence, and corruption. There are too many women like Marielle Franco, like Miriam Rodriguez-Martinez, and Berta Cáceres, who were murdered for upholding human rights. In the face of these killings, we must work harder to protect women who defend human rights. Canada must support women activists who are at the front lines in the struggles for justice, Indigenous rights, and the environment, and for a world without violence. Let us remember Marielle Franco and continue her work, and may she rest in peace.
Carlton.
A century ago, World War I and the Halifax explosion left thousands of Canadians blind. But they were determined to work and thrive. So they locked arms and created the Canadian National Institute for the Blind. It created job placements and even opened manufacturing centers where Canadians with vision impairment worked doing industrial sewing, broom making, and other important tasks. They proved that people without sight or with other disabilities could work and contribute. Today, the Canadian National Institute for the Blind translates thousands of books into Braille, large print, and audio. It places young people in rewarding jobs and continues to give hope and empowerment to people right across the country. I join with all parliamentarians in congratulating the CNIB for their important work and for a century of service to Canada.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Don Valley West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the honourable member just said, today marks the 100th anniversary of the CNIB. For 100 years, CNIB has provided innovative programs, vital services for the blind and visually impaired, and advocated on behalf of those with vision loss. Technologies and attitudes have evolved since 1918, but the CNIB has never strayed from its original mission to change what it means to be blind. The NSAIA
The CNIB is highlighting this historic occasion with a year of celebrations. All throughout 2018, events will celebrate the successes, generosity, and innovation of its volunteers, personnel, and its advocates.
The hundreds of employees and volunteers who work at the CNIB headquarters in Don Valley West. They make this iconic Canadian institution what it is today. We look forward to the next 100 years and the lasting impact CNIB will continue to have on the lives of blind and partially sighted Canadians. Thank you. Well done.
Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, we now know that the person at the center of the Facebook data leak scandal is a Liberal Party operative. Not only did Christopher Wylie work for two different Liberal Party leaders in opposition, but according to media reports this morning, he also worked on a project for this Prime Minister in the taxpayer-funded Liberal Caucus Research Office. Can the Prime Minister confirm that he hired Christopher Wylie and explain exactly what role he had in the Liberal government?
Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, we all have a responsibility to protect the personal information of Canadians. The Liberal Research Bureau has actually already addressed this issue with a statement earlier today. All major political parties engage in data-driven activities. In fact, the Conservatives did when engaging in a $100,000 contract with Agility PR Solutions. I would draw members' attention to the statement issued earlier today that, in fact, preliminary work done by Unoa Technologies was offered to the Liberal Caucus Research Bureau, but what...
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't understand why the Prime Minister can't answer these questions. Protecting the personal and privacy information of Canadians should be a top priority for government. Yet this Prime Minister has failed to be honest with Canadians about the Liberal Party's relationship with an individual who has exploited the private information of millions of people around the world. Now, we know that he has had a long history of working with the Liberal Party and worked for this Prime Minister. Can the Prime Minister confirm whether or not he has disclosed this information to the Privacy Commissioner?
Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, again, I would draw the honourable member's attention to the statement issued by the LRB earlier today that said quite clearly that preliminary work was done by Unoa Technologies, but after seeing what was offered, Liberal Caucus Research Bureau decided not to move forward. At no point did Unoa Technologies have access to any data from Liberal Caucus Research Bureau.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, I know I'm not allowed to say Mr. Speaker. I'll start over. Speaker, the alarms that were triggered about the Facebook data scandal actually worked for the Liberal Party and for Donald Trump. In 2016, the Liberals again contacted this former employee for a pilot project whose purpose was to collect private information about individuals for political purposes. These revelations are very troubling. Can the Prime Minister confirm that this person worked for the Liberal Research Bureau? And if that's the case, was it the taxpayers who paid for that? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
For the honourable member, the Liberal Research Bureau has actually issued a statement in which they provide a statement of work for the company. And again, that preliminary work was done by Unoa Technologies as a pilot, but Liberal Caucus Research Bureau decided not to move forward with it. Now, maybe the Conservatives would like to answer about the statement of work they had with Agility PR Solutions when they paid them $100,000 using public funds.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Athabasca. Well, I'll take that answer as a yes, Speaker. Now, if the Liberals have acknowledged that these data collection methods were that controversial, well, what that means actually is that Liberals were aware of these questionable practices, and yet they still decided to get back in touch with that former Liberal employee that who actually had also worked on a Trump campaign, Mr. Speaker. Can the Prime Minister tell us whether he took steps to send information to the Privacy Commissioner so that he could look into this? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, I actually spoke with the Privacy Commissioner this morning, and I expressed to him our support for the work that he does on an ongoing basis, including the investigation he announced yesterday in the Facebook issue, and we will continue to support the good work done by the Privacy Commissioner, and we would hope all parliamentarians would support the work, and we should let the Privacy Commissioner do his work.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, when the Prime Minister interrupted a woman during a town hall meeting, telling her to use the word peoplekind instead of mankind, he called it just a dumb joke. But the dumb joke doesn't end there. We know now that Service Canada staff will no longer be able to use the terms Mr. and Mrs. to address clients. So can the Prime Minister tell us why this dumb joke has actually become a directive? Order, please. The Honourable Minister of Social Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's be clear. Service Canada will continue to use the titles Mr. and Mrs. So let's just be clear about that. Service Canada will continue to treat respectfully all Canadians regardless of their identity in a diverse and inclusive society. Service Canada will work very hard to meet the needs and expectations of all Canadians. Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, for 2 years now, the Liberals couldn't have cared less about Canadians' concerns about tax evasion. They say over and over again that they've invested $1 billion to combat this plague. But yesterday we learned that actually only $15 million more had ended up in programs for combating tax evasion and aggressive tax avoidance. 15 million out of 1,000 promised million? Where'd the money go? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, combating tax evasion, especially abroad, is a priority for our government. Budget 2018 allows for approximately $200 million in new investments so that we can go even further. For example, we're going to be closing fiscal tax loopholes that are used by multinationals. I would also like to recall that we have adopted international standards for information exchange along with our OECD partners. And as of this year, we will have access to data from other jurisdictions in order to allow us to combat tax evasion, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Minister for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. Well, why isn't the money then going into that? For more than 2 years, we've been condemning the lack of action of the Liberals on tax evasion and abusive tax avoidance. For more than 2 years, we've been calling on them to tell us why ordinary taxpayers are persecuted when the big fish are allowed to swim away. And for more than 2 years, we're being told that the government has invested $1 billion to combat tax evasion. Last week, the Superior Court of British Columbia ordered the CRA to pay $1.6 million in damages for abusive treatment. Is that where the $1 billion is going? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, the government is determined to ensure that the CRA treats Canadians as important clients and not just taxpayers. The CRA is looking at all tribunal decisions in order to make sure that these programs and services meet the highest standards. And I would recall that this case goes back to 2008 when the Conservative government was in power. We are looking at the most aggressive cases now.
Answers, Mr. Speaker. On tax evasion and abusive tax avoidance, we know this government is all smoke and mirrors. At a time when they're supposed to investigate the Panama Papers, the Bermuda Papers, and the Paradise Papers, incredibly, this government spent $2 million less this year to investigate tax evasion and tax fraud than last year. Liberals support a profoundly unfair tax system by doing virtually nothing. When will the Prime Minister start taking tax evasion and tax fraud seriously?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to fighting tax evasion. We are collaborating with our international partners in order to fight tax evasion abroad by improving exchange of information and by improving our practices. Now, within the framework, for example, of that collaboration, I announced that Canada this fall would be meeting with international sectors and international tax experts. Information exchange is absolutely essential in order to be able to fight tax evasion.
New Westminster, Burnaby.
$1 billion, the Prime Minister said. We'll fight tax evasion, he said. And what did he do? He spent a tiny, pathetic $15 million more to fight massive tax evasion that cost Canadians billions of dollars. To fight massive tax evasion and tax fraud, you can't just pretend to do it. Liberals pretend by unfairly going after people like small business owners and people with disabilities who request their tax credit, but they leave the massive tax evaders untouched. When will this government crack down on massive tax evasion that costs Canadians billions of dollars?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. The OECD has recognized the leadership of Canada in the use of data to assess risks associated with multinationals. Canada is making sure that multinationals pay their fair share. Thanks to our leadership within the international program for large corporations. We have also made it easier to access information on multinationals, and every year we assess any risks with respect to the income earned by multinationals. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, another unforgettable moment on the Liberal list of scandals has raised suspicions today. Now it turns out that another employee who worked for the Liberal Party in 2009 is in the news, which leads us to believe that the Liberal Party might have been in possession with psychological profiles of Canadians since 2009. Mr. Speaker, can the Prime Minister confirm that this individual was hired at the Liberal Research Bureau that is funded with taxpayer dollars? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Bureau has provided a statement.
Sorry for interrupting the President of the Treasury Board, but I gather there was an issue with the sound, with the interpretation and so forth. And if it's working now, I'll ask the President of the Treasury Board to restart his answer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I certainly wouldn't want them to miss this because the LRB earlier today issued a statement that clearly stated that preliminary work was done by Unoya Technologies, but after seeing what was offered, Liberal Caucus Research Bureau decided not to move forward, and that at no point did Unoya Technologies have access to any data from Liberal Caucus Research Bureau.
Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, hardly reassuring, given that the Liberals have now twice toyed with data mining to tilt the democratic process. We are reassured the Privacy Commissioner has launched an investigation into the possible violation of Canadians' privacy through manipulation of their social media behaviour, and the Ethics Committee as well, Mr. Speaker, is moving towards an investigation of the developing Facebook scandal. But, Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister's office, will the Minister explain to Canadians what the Liberal Caucus Research Bureau was planning with Mr. Wiley in 2016?
Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Speaker, again, in fact, the LRB has made the statement of work public. It issued a statement, and I would draw the honourable member's attention to that statement, wherein the full statement of work for the project is provided. Again, that it was a pilot project that the company provided to LRB, and LRB did not move forward on that beyond that specific pilot. And, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives actually engaged in data research with a $100,000
The Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
Well, let's be clear. The Liberal Research Office works hand in glove and is paid by the Prime Minister's office. It is the Prime Minister's Research Office that hired Christopher Wylie, who is very well known in Liberal circles, to provide advice, new techniques for mining data. We don't know. So, Mr. Speaker, would the Prime Minister tell us what did he pay, using taxpayers' dollars, Mr. Christopher Wylie $100,000 to do?
Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, in fact, the company, Unoya Technology, ran a pilot for the Liberal Caucus Research Bureau to, among other things, to design and organize several national samples of Canadians, to explore responses to government policy priorities and other issues of national importance, to assist the LRB in setting up infrastructure, to research performance of Liberal members of Parliament and communications. This is all, Mr. Speaker, in the statement from the LRB, but the Conservatives actually did engage in a contract with Agility PR Solutions and paid them $100,000.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Okay, so, Mr. Speaker, the minister has confirmed that Christopher Wylie, who was the individual who is in the middle of this international Facebook scandal and is also very clearly and very widely known to the Liberal Party, provided advice to the government on how to get information from Canadians regarding government policy and then use that information, that personal information, for their own partisan Liberal purposes. Mr. Speaker, this is shameful. Mr. Speaker, we have to know what the Liberals let this individual have access to, and more importantly, what have they done and what are they doing with these techniques of Christopher Wylie?
President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, again, in the statement issued by the Liberal Research Bureau today, preliminary work was done by Unoya Technologies, but after seeing what was offered, Liberal Caucus Research Bureau decided not to move forward. And at no point did Unoya Technologies have access to any data from Liberal Caucus Research Bureau.
Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Mr. Speaker, media around the world have breathlessly reported on the connections between Christopher Wylie and Donald Trump because Christopher Wylie claimed that he played a pivotal role in developing the data mining techniques that helped carry Donald Trump to victory. But he hasn't just worked for Donald Trump. He worked for former Liberal leader Michael Ignatieff. He worked for former Liberal leader Stéphane Dion. And this government hired him just 2 years ago. So will the Prime Minister finally answer how many tax dollars did he pay Christopher Wylie and what did he do for the money?
Right.
Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, again, the contract for the pilot with Unoya Technology was actually issued after the 2015 election, in January of 2016, after the election, and the completion of that pilot, where Mr. Wylie made a proposal to the party, the LRB, it was decided not to move forward at that time. LRB did not move forward beyond that very specific pilot.
Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's privacy watchdog has launched an investigation into Facebook regarding the shocking allegations of this data leak, and the Liberals have feigned outrage that such a data breach could have occurred and condemned Donald Trump for using such techniques. But of course, they've hired the guy now 3 separate times in the Liberal Party. So, have the Prime Minister informed the Privacy Commissioner of the 3 times that Christopher Wylie worked for the Liberal Party of Canada, and will they finally come clean? Did he have access to Canadians' data, and what was he doing for the money?
Yes.
Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, again, I spoke with the Privacy Commissioner earlier this morning and made it very clear that we will do everything we can as a government to protect the security of personal data of Canadians and the integrity of our electoral system. And again, the LRB has issued a statement this morning that made it very clear that at no point did Unoya Technologies have access to any data from Liberal Caucus Research Bureau.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, the most recent budget is full of nice words and missed opportunities. It's all very well for the government to call itself feminist. The fact is that the budget lacks concrete measures for women. When will there be incentives for hiring women in infrastructure projects? When will there be an investment of funds to implement pay equity legislation? And when will there be an increase? When will there be an affordable universal daycare? And when will there be a policy implemented to prevent rape on university campuses? How long do women have to wait? The Honourable Minister of Status of Women.
My honourable colleague, the budget clearly invests and builds on previous investments to improve lives for women and communities across the country. $7.5 billion for child care and early learning, $40 billion in affordable housing, 25% of which will support women and their families. And who will be building this infrastructure, Mr. Speaker? We're providing grants and opportunities for women to enter the trades. We are also, Mr. Speaker, investing $1.65 billion in an entrepreneurship strategy. When we invest in women,
Honourable Member from Nanaimo Ladysmith.
None of this is for the women that really need it now. This budget names women hundreds of times, but fails to deliver for them. The so-called feminist government's budget has little concrete to help women on the ground right now. Why no money to put pay equity in place? Why are there no EI reforms so that women can actually access parental leave? And how can this government think they're for women's equality when they still haven't funded universal, affordable childcare?
Minister for the Status of Women.
gender equality is good for Canada, it's good for the economy, it's good for families, and it's good for women and girls. After years of slipping in global rankings, this is the change of direction we need. This is from Maya Roy, the CEO of YWCA Canada, in response to the first federal budget in the history of this country to have an intersectional gendered lens applied. Pay equity is mentioned in this budget, along with over $3 million to address pay transparency. Mr. Speaker, when we invest in women, we grow the economy for everyone.
Hear, hear. Honourable Member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, on February 27th, the Prime Minister told this House that the Atwal invitation was part of an Indian government conspiracy to undermine his trip. The same day, a Liberal MP publicly apologized for the Atwal invite, and weeks later, the Foreign Affairs Minister called the invite an honest mistake, directly contradicting the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, that's a lot of invitations to Mr. Atwal. The opposition have one invite they'd like the Prime Minister to make. Invite the National Security Advisor to the Public Safety Committee so we can get answers.
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the answer with respect to the invitation is already very clear. In fact, the invitation should never have been issued, and when that invitation was discovered, it was immediately rescinded. Mr. Speaker, another point that needs to be noted is that this government has great confidence in the security and diplomatic advisors to the government who always act in an impartial fashion and always in the best interests of Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, with all due respect for the Minister, I'd just like to remind everyone that a senior civil servant and the Prime Minister himself confirmed that Jaspal Atwal's invitation to the event in India was a setup on the part of the Indian government. But the Indian government, Mr. Atwal, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and the Liberal member for Surrey Centre deny those statements. Could this transparent Prime Minister provide a briefing for elected members, just like the one he did for the media, and allow us to call Daniel Jean before the Public Safety Committee?
Mr. Speaker, on the issue of the invitation, which is obviously the core element in the question that's just been asked, the answer is abundantly clear. The invitation should not have been extended. When it was discovered, it was immediately rescinded because it should not have been issued in the first place. That is the complete and full answer.
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Last February, the Prime Minister corrected a woman who used the term mankind and said that he preferred the term peoplekind because it was more inclusive. He later called it simply a dumb joke. Yet another one. Now, Service Canada staff dealing with the public can no longer use the titles Mr. and Mrs., and from now on must use gender-neutral language. Mr. Speaker, can the Prime Minister confirm that this is actually the new rule? The Honourable Minister for Social Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. And I would invite her to listen closely to the answer that I gave earlier when I said that we have been very clear in saying that Service Canada was going to continue to use the titles of Mr. and Mrs., and that Service Canada was going to continue its respectful work and respect the circumstances in which family live in 2018. Thank you.
Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, when the Prime Minister said that his people-kind comment was a dumb joke, apparently he was just kidding. According to a report, Service Canada employees have been instructed to no longer refer to people as mother or father. It's now parent number 1 or parent number 2. What's next? Can the Minister confirm if this instruction is indeed true?
Honourable Minister of Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad and grateful to be able to answer this question. I'm also glad and grateful to say that in Canada in 2018, we have a diversity of families. We have grandfathers, we have recomposed families looking after children, we have parents of the same gender. These parents, Mr. Speaker, deserve the same respect and the same support that other parents in Canada. I'm glad that we have a government that supports this view and will continue to work hard for that.
A member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, today the President of the Treasury Board has been referring to the Liberal Research Board like it's basically a credible source. And having known the member for 16 years in this chamber, I would ask him to please stop. It's simply not factual and it's not believable. And the reality is a former Liberal employee, Christopher Wiley, is part of this scandal working with former Liberal leaders Dion, Ignatieff and this current Prime Minister. The fact that Europe and the US are investigating our Canadian content to this manipulation is embarrassing to all of us. Can the Prime Minister explain why the Liberals would even consider helping design and engineer a system that abuses democracy?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think we would want to credit the individual for the electoral successes of the Liberal Party of Canada in 2008 or 2011. He may not want to be associated with that. The fact is, he completed in 2016 a brief pilot for the Liberal Research Bureau, and the Liberal Research Bureau did not move forward beyond that pilot.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly.
Not only does this government not care if Facebook doesn't pay their fair share of taxes, they don't seem to care either if they're stealing Canadians' personal information. Right. There's no accountability. Monsieur le Président,
So, Mr. Speaker, the use of personal data from millions of Facebook users by Cambridge Analytica is something that we are very concerned about abroad and here. People are afraid that their information will be used against democracy, democratic principles. And there are several aspects of our lives are being affected by breaches in personal information. When will the government do something to deal with these delinquent companies?
Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for his question. We are gathering facts, as are other governments, on the Facebook issue. Currently, we have a responsibility to protect the personal information of Canadians and the integrity of Canada's electoral system. I have spoken with the Privacy Commissioner to support his investigation. We have reached out and are engaging Canada's top security officials, and I have spoken with Facebook and told them that we need answers. We need to know that the personal information of Canadians was not compromised.
Honourable Member for Oakville North Burlington.
Mr. Speaker, I know the safety of Canadians is of utmost importance to this government. Unfortunately, the Harper government's changes to the law meant someone selling a firearm didn't have to make sure the buyer was actually permitted to own one. Thankfully, most businesses still check, but this loophole created by the Conservatives can allow firearms to fall into the wrong
Order. Order. I don't know if members have forgotten that each side gets its opportunity, throughout question period, the various questions, various answers. So we need to hear both the questions and the answers. So I would ask for order. The honourable member for Oakville North Burlington has the floor.
Now the current Conservative leader wants to further undermine public safety by increasing the number of bullets that magazines can hold. Can the Minister of Public Safety please tell the House what this government is doing to make our communities safer?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Order.
We introduced common sense legislation that prioritizes public safety and effective police work while respecting law-abiding firearms owners. That legislation includes practical measures like making background checks more extensive, which I note, Mr. Speaker, has already been applauded by all parties represented in this House. And I note the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police says it's encouraged by the positive direction taken by the government towards sensible firearms legislation, enhancing the tools available to police to ensure public safety.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, 2.5 years ago, the Liberals were elected by telling Canadians this: we will run small deficits and we'll have a lot of infrastructure. 2.5 years later, we've got huge deficits and very little infrastructure. And it's not us who are saying that. It's the Parliamentary Budget Officer in a report that came out last week. He said, and I quote, the budget only references $21 billion out of a total of $91 billion. Mr. Speaker, since it's Wednesday, could the Prime Minister please explain where the billions of dollars have gone?
The Minister of Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, our government understands that the infrastructure is the foundation of building a strong economy, creating jobs for the middle class, as well as providing opportunities for those Canadians who work hard each and every day to be part of the middle class. That is why we are making historic investments in infrastructure to support communities. We are putting forward a $180 billion long-term, sustainable, and predictable funding for our communities, something that communities have been asked for, something that for a decade Harper government denied them.
Honourable Member for Carleton.
The Prime Minister promised a deficit of just $10 billion and failed. It was more than double that. Yeah. He said the money would go to infrastructure. He failed there too. We don't know where it's gone. He said that the deficit would be gone in 3 years. He's failed on that. Now he says it'll be another 25 years, during which $500 billion will be added to the debt. Given all of these failures, how can we trust anything this Prime Minister says about Canadians' money?
Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Speaker, let me talk about one of the components of our historic infrastructure investments. We are investing $33 billion to improve public transit system in our communities, to reduce pollution. We are investing in green infrastructure to make our communities more resilient to the impacts of climate change. We are investing in cultural, community, recreational infrastructure to build healthier and inclusive communities. Mr. Speaker, I'm also proud that the first time we're investing $2.4 billion in the rural and northern communities to support them in a way they have never been supported.
Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, that's not what the Parliamentary Budget Officer says. In fact, I'll quote his report. Budget 2018 provides an incomplete account of the changes to the government's $186 billion infrastructure spending plan. Parliamentary Budget Officer requested the new plan, but it does not exist. End quote. So I ask again, how is it even possible to spend $180 billion with no plan?
Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we do have a plan. And that plan is to invest in communities to build the infrastructure they need to help grow our economy and create jobs. We are unlocking $40 billion of investment into affordable housing, something that Harper government cared less at all. This is the investment we're making so people have an affordable place to live. Women fleeing domestic violence have a decent place to go to seek protection. So those are investments we're making to build healthier communities.
Member for Carleton.
Speaker, it's becoming more and more clear to Canadians that this government has no control over its spending, and they can't even tell us where their spending is going. First of all, they said the deficit would be $10 billion. It's been more than double that. This year, the deficit will be 3 times what the Liberals promised. And you know, if the Prime Minister had been telling the truth in the last election, the budget would be balanced next year. That's right. We now know that won't happen. So when will the budget be balanced?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, it's important to point out that 2 years ago during the election, Canadians had questions after decades. Were we in a recession or not? Now, after 10 years, we saw the worst rate of growth for exports. Canadians made a choice recommended by economists across the world. When the economy is slow, it's a time to invest in our communities, to invest in infrastructure, to invest in science like we're doing in order to grow the economy. That is what we're doing, and the results speak for themselves. 600,000 jobs, the strongest growth in the G7. Mr. Speaker, they should take some notes on our approach.
The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
There's nothing worse than not getting paid what you're owed. Actually, wait. There's nothing worse than being a small business that's not getting paid $29,000 by a Crown Corporation. That's right. Canada Post currently owes $29,000 in rent to a small Vancouver Island general store in my riding because they haven't paid rent in 53 months. Mr. Speaker, how much is that rent? $210 a month, and now they won't even negotiate with the owner. When will the Liberals start standing up for small businesses and get this Crown Corporation to pay its bill?
Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can assure the member and all members of this House that we are looking into this. I've asked Canada Post to look into this file, and I will get back to them as soon as I get an appropriate answer. Thank you.
Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
With just 76 southern resident killer whales remaining, people are worried they'll be extinct unless this government takes immediate action. Increased tanker traffic from Kinder Morgan, ocean pollution, and drastically low Chinook numbers pose serious threats to this iconic species and its recovery. Canadians are demanding the Ministers of Environment and Fisheries issue an emergency order under the Species at Risk Act to protect southern resident killer whales. Will the government do the right thing and immediately issue an emergency order to keep these whales from being wiped from the face of this planet?
Honourable Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and the Canadian Coast Guard.
Mr. Speaker, we share our colleagues' concern about the importance of protecting the southern resident killer whale population in British Columbia. This is an iconic species for all Canadians. That's why our government announced an ambitious $1.5 billion oceans protection plan with significant investments in science, in partnerships with Indigenous communities up and down the coast to do what is necessary to ensure that these iconic mammals are in fact protected and the species recovers. And Mr. Speaker, I'm going to be making management decisions around Chinook salmon, for example, that will be part of a solution to ensure the recovery of these whales.
Member for Milton.
Speaker, this question is for the Minister of Public Safety, and it has to do with the removal of dangerous individuals under security deportation orders. Mr. Speaker, my question is very clear. In 2017, the Immigration Review Board issued 25 deportation orders for security, the highest in the last 5 years. In 2017, Canadian Border Services Agency said they removed only 4 people, the lowest in 5 years. My question is simple, Mr. Speaker. This is a clear case of government failure. What is the minister going to do?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, CBSA enforces removal orders as soon as that is physically possible and prioritizes, of course, the cases that involve security issues. An individual subject to a deportation order who poses a risk to the public can, in fact, be detained if that is necessary. The issues generally involve the country of origin being unwilling to provide travel documents. CBSA is working with domestic and international partners, including the Five Eyes country, to develop the best practices to secure those documents so the removals can happen.
Honourable Member for Milton.
Speaker, since 2015, the Immigration Review Board has issued 70 deportation orders for security, and the CBSA has conducted only 14 removals. What has been said is that this federal government has become increasingly ineffective at carrying out deportations on security grounds. The federal policy is very clear. Security order deportation is the prime focus for this government, and they are failing on this. Will the minister tell us what he plans to do?
Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the issue is obviously one of being able to physically carry out the removal order. That means getting travel documents from other countries to facilitate the removal of the individual from Canada to that other country. We are using every conceivable leverage among federal government departments to obtain those documents. We're also consulting with international partners, including countries in the Five Eyes Alliance, to make sure that we're using every tool domestically and internationally to get the travel documents, to get them up.
Honourable Member for Milton.
Speaker, what the minister is saying, we can't do the job because paperwork? That makes absolutely no sense. Mr. Speaker, our government in 2013 recognized the problem, and we brought in legislation to ensure that we could actually get people out of the country when they threaten the security of Canadians. This is happening now. It's absolutely unacceptable, but I'm very glad to see, Mr. Speaker, that the minister got off his high horse today and is actually answering the question instead of ignoring the problem like he did yesterday.
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the point is the travel documents have to be obtained. The honourable member can't sort of skip over that step and pretend it doesn't exist. We're working very diligently to get the travel documents and work down the backlog. And it is true, as I said yesterday, Mr. Speaker, that backlog peaked under the previous government, and we are working very hard to catch up.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellant. Mr. Speaker, our passenger rail transportation network is an important part of the national transportation system. The train is not only an ideal way to travel, to admire our country's majestic scenery, it also has connected Canadians across the country for decades. Could the Minister of Transport update Canadians and this House on his plans and action to improve this important transportation service along the Quebec-Windsor corridor? The Honourable Minister, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his hard work on the Transport Committee. Our government recognizes the importance of the transportation system, the rail system in Canada, and that is why in Budget 2018 we announced the replacement of the locomotives and the fleet on the Via Rail on the Quebec-Windsor corridor. By 2022, we will have more comfortable, safer, more ecological rail cars and transportation system for passengers.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is still failing on the Trans Mountain approval, risking thousands of jobs, billions of dollars in revenue and investment, and Canada's global reputation. Canadians have the right to peaceful assembly, but the BC Supreme Court said protesters must not obstruct the expansion. On Monday, illegal protesters harmed 3 RCMP officers, kicking one, causing a head injury. The other 2 suffered hand and knee injuries. The Prime Minister's job is not just costumes, selfies, and ceremony. He must lead. Will he clearly condemn violence by illegal protesters? Will he clearly, unequivocally support the rule of law?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, public safety officers of all kinds, including particularly police officers, defend Canadians on the front lines in communities from coast to coast to coast. And they deserve our unequivocal support and admiration for the work that they do to keep Canadians safe. And of course, all members of this House support the RCMP in the important work that they do for public safety.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I tabled a petition signed by several thousand Canadians who are urging the Minister of Transport to listen to them, finally, and to seek the required authority to install level crossings on railway tracks, especially the ones separating the Mount Royal Plateau and Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. We need this to make it easier for people to get around and to keep them safe while they're doing it. Will the Minister of Transport finally take action and place the interests of residents ahead of the railway companies? The Honourable Minister, I'd like to thank my colleague for her question, and I would remind her that there is a mechanism whereby the Canada Transportation Bureau can be contacted regarding the creation or building of level crossings. If she needs any information on the process, I would be happy to provide her with that information.
Member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is the International Day for the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. Recently, the Prime Minister officially recognized the International Decade for People of African Descent and reiterated that we have much work to do. I'm pleased to see that Budget 2018 is making investments for anti-racism initiatives. Le ministre pourrait-elle...
Could the Minister please provide us an update on initiatives to build a more inclusive future for all Canadians? The Honourable Minister.
I'd like to thank my colleague member for Scarborough Rouge Park for his important question and his hard work. Today, our government reaffirms its commitment in the fight against racism. Through Budget 2018, we are investing $23 million that will include support for a multiculturalism program.
We are also investing $19 million to take concrete action to deal with the problems that our Black Canadians are facing. We have made a great deal of progress, but a great deal of work remains.
Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, how the minister chose his colleague's brother to award the Arctic Surf Clam bid is beyond me. According to the DFO website, Arctic Surf Clam applicants had to meet certain criteria. They had to describe the vessel used, except they didn't have one, and they still don't. They had to provide ownership profile, including all the partners, except there were none. They weren't even incorporated until a week after the announcement was made. Mr. Speaker, if they didn't have a boat, didn't have multiple First Nation partners, how did they win the bid?
Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, I'm interested to hear my colleague's observations with respect to a specific bid. The only challenge, Mr. Speaker, is he hasn't actually seen the bid that he's commenting on. So he's taking a series of media reports which were inaccurate and asking a question about a bid he hasn't read. Mr. Speaker, our process was transparent. It was inclusive. Our process was designed to add Indigenous partners into an important offshore fishery, and we chose the proposal that offered the best economic benefits to Indigenous people, and we're proud of that decision.
Order. 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 The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot will come to order. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As millions of tons of grain sit on prairie farms and at grain elevators on our coast in British Columbia, we have freighters and container ships waiting to pick up that grain in the Port of Vancouver, backed up and using the waters of the Salish Sea as a free parking lot. In between, we have CN Rail that has empty rail cars but laid off 1,000 workers last year as if it's a surprise to them, again, that we have grain to be shipped. Can the Honourable Minister of Transport assure us that he can get CN to do the job and deliver the grain?
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, after the Minister of Agriculture and myself wrote to the CN and CP and told them that we were not satisfied with the movement of grain, they came back to us with plans that involve considerably more resources in terms of crews, in terms of equipment, and in terms of prioritization for the movement of grain. We want to get our farmers' grain out to the West Coast. I am monitoring this on a daily basis with the Minister of Agriculture, and we will continue to insist on this accelerated pace of movement of Canadian Western farmers' grain to markets.
I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of Her Excellency Dr. Fang Liu, Secretary General of the International Civil Aviation Organization.
The honourable member from Manicouagan has a point of order. Mr. Speaker, I think you will see that there's unanimous consent for the following motion. That the House take note that on January 18th, the Prime Minister, when visiting Quebec, said that negotiations would be undertaken by January 19th for 4 icebreaker contracts from the Davie Shipyard. That on March 12, 2018, the Association des fournisseurs du chantier Davie called on the Prime Minister to commit to finally concluding the contract for 4 icebreakers. That the House note that up until now, no announcement has been made and that hundreds of jobs at the Davie Shipyard are in peril. And that this House asked the Government of Canada to grant to Davie the contract for 4 icebreakers by March 31st, 2018 at the very latest. Does the honourable member have unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? There is no unanimous consent.
Prince George is rising on a point of order.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've stood in this House a number of times, and indeed myself and our honourable colleagues on the fisheries file, and asked the Minister of Fisheries to explain how a proponent that indeed was not a business received a sizable. It is a point of order, Mr. Speaker. A sizable contract, and the minister has stood in here and said that it was a company. I asked permission, Mr. Speaker, to table the certificate incorporation that would indeed show that the company that received this sizable quota and contract from the government was indeed incorporated 1 week after the announcement was made by the minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm seeking permission to table this.
The honourable member have unanimous consent of the House to table the document. No, there is no unanimous consent. The honourable member for Carleton is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with regards to conflicting statements by a member of the government and versus a servant of this House. Earlier today, I pointed to a quote by the Parliamentary Budget Officer, which indicated that there is no plan for the government's expenditure of $186.7 billion on infrastructure. The minister responsible for that very portfolio then rose and claimed there was such a plan. In fact, the Parliamentary Budget Officer confirmed in his report, which is a document now of this House, that he asked for that plan and, quote, it does not exist. Herein lies the problem. If such a plan does exist and the Parliamentary Budget Officer was denied it, then this government could well be in contempt of Parliament through the PBO, which is a creation of Parliament. And if, on the other hand, the plan does not exist, but the minister said it does, then the minister would have been providing false information to the House. Either circumstance is very serious. I ask you to put your investigative powers and skills to work to resolve this conflict and ascertain which of those 2 unacceptable circumstances arose today in the House of Commons.
Thank the member for Carleton for raising this point of order. I'm not sure which investigative skills he's referring to, but I will look into the matter and come back to the House. The member for Bearville Prince George is rising again on another point of order.
Rise this time on a point of privilege. Canadians right across our country have indeed some questions regarding the Arctic Surf Clam bid. The opposition, in their job to hold the government accountable, has questioned the minister in his awarding another Liberal member's brother this contract. And time and again, the minister has been dismissive, and today, in question period, he has even said in his own words that the member has not seen the award or the contract or the RFP. So, Mr. Speaker, I am asking, he is impeding my job as a shadow minister for the Fisheries, Oceans and Canadian Coast Guard, indeed another member of Parliament, and he is also impeding the other members of opposition in representing constituents from across Canada that have concerns regarding this RFP. So through you, Mr. Speaker, this is a point of privilege that the honourable colleague, the Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and Canadian Coast Guard, without tabling the RFP, which has been asked in recent days, and the criteria used in awarding one of his colleagues' brothers this lucrative contract, but yet refused, he is impeding our job as members of Parliament.
I thank the honourable member for Scarborough Prince George for raising his point. Well, at first glance, it sounds to me more like a matter of debate. I will look into examine the matter and come back to the House if necessary. Orders of the day. No? Excuse me. Of course, it's routine proceedings, naturally. Tabling of documents. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills.
Mr. Kamich, seconded by Mr. Kelly, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Income Tax Act, Disability Tax Credit. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So it's a privilege to be able to bring this bill before the House for consideration at first reading, and I'll thank the member for Calgary-Rocky Ridge for seconding my private member's bill. Now, this bill is named an Act to Amend the Income Tax Act. In fact, we'll be dealing with the Disability Tax Credit. The short name for the bill is the Fairness for Persons with Disabilities Act, that would increase accessibility for a disability tax credit for Canadians living with diabetes, as well as those with rare disorders. Now, my bill is going to make sure that those who qualify for the DTC actually receive it and put a stop to the Canada Revenue Agency practice of denying the tax credit for diabetics and some patients with rare disorders. Like we saw in 2017, it does three simple things, and I won't go too much into the details right now. The bill will do the following: reduce the time to qualify for the DTC from 14 hours to 10 hours. It will add the calculation of dosage into the time to qualify for the credit, and it will finally add the words medical food and medical formula for the qualification for the DTC. And I want to thank two individuals particularly who helped me in the drafting of this bill: Patrick Tohill from the Juvenile Diabetes Research Fund, as well as John Adams with the Canadian PKU and Allied Disorders. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I remain committed to improving the government's processes through this private member's bill to ensure that all Canadians living with a disability receive the benefits that they deserve and, in fact, are entitled to. I also want to mention that the bill has the support of the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation, Diabetes Canada, Canadian PKU and Allied Disorders, Canadian Nurses Association, finally the Canadian Organization for Rare Diseases, and I thank them all for adding their voices to the bill. I look forward to the debate in this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Kamich, seconded by Mr. Kelly, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi, first reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? Right now. At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. Honourable member for Haldeman Norfolk.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to table 3 petitions from 164 constituents. These petitioners call to the government's attention that, as it is now written, the application form for the Canada Summer Jobs Program forces employers to choose between their charter-protected freedoms and eligibility for government programming. They're calling on the government to remove the discriminatory attestation requirement from the Canada Summer Jobs application and to respect the charter rights of all Canadians to have values different from the political ideology of the government of the day. Mr. Speaker, this brings the total number of petitioners to 309.
The honourable member for Saxon Prescott, Chesapeake.
For the resident Sackville, Preston Chesapeake, and over 750 Canadians. This petition calls on the government to continue funding support for the existing freshwater habitat conservation programs and to continue being a full partner in this important initiative. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have a petition from Canadians who wish to bring the attention of the House to the fact that the Canadian government at one time issued the Canadian Volunteer Service Medal, a volunteer service medal to recognize Canadians who serve voluntarily in the Canadian Forces, the volunteerism of our veterans and our troops. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, this medal was terminated in March 1947, and these petitioners would like to see it come back. And so they call on the Government of Canada to recognize, create, and issue a new Canadian Military Volunteer Service Medal to be designated the Canadian Military Volunteer Service Medal for volunteer service by Canadians in regular forces, reserve military forces, the Cadet Corps, support staff, and those who have completed 365 days of uninterrupted and honorable duty in service to our country.
The honourable member for Algoma Manitoulin Kapuskasing.
Please to table another petition in support of the Algoma passenger train. It is signed by people from constituents of mine in the riding of Algoma Manitoulin Kapuskasing, in particular from Deborah, as well as from the riding of Sault Ste. Marie. The petitioners remind the government that the Algoma train is still not back in operation, and this has resulted in substantial hardships for the area's residents, businesses, and communities. The impact on the economy in the Algoma district has definitely been negatively impacted. That is why they are asking the Minister of Transport to put the Algoma passenger train back in service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Oxford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to present a petition today signed by a number of constituents of mine, and ironically someone from Holland, that calls upon the government to remove the discriminatory requirement and allow Canadians to continue to exercise their freedom of religion and freedom of expression without facing institutionalized discrimination by the Government of Canada in the summer jobs program.
The honourable member for Oakville North, Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present a petition signed by members of the Coda Retirees Association, representing 600 retirees from Kodak Canada living across Canada, with the majority in Ontario. And they call on the Government of Canada to change federal legislation to ensure both federal and provincial legislation are harmonious in protecting employee pension plans, implement legislation to ensure that pension plan deficiencies be a first and super priority creditor when companies file for and are placed under protection of the CCAA or the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act, and create legislation to hold foreign parent companies responsible for their Canadian subsidiaries' employees' debts and responsibilities in the event of the dissolution of the Canadian subsidiary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising today to present an e-petition, E1360, with 902 signatures from residents of my riding of South Okanagan, West Kootenay, who call upon the Minister of Environment and Climate Change to end the proposal of the National Park Reserve in the South Okanagan, and that ask that there be a referendum on this subject once and for all. Thank you.
For Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, I have two petitions of residents of my riding of Dufferin-Caledon. The first one asks that the Government of Canada immediately act in response to the impending humanitarian disaster in Israel, as Israel plans to forcibly deport thousands of asylum seekers beginning in March 2018. And the second petition is also signed by residents of Dufferin-Caledon, who say the undersigned residents of Dufferin-Caledon call upon the Government of Canada to remove this discriminatory requirement, which is the requirement of the Summer Jobs Program, Mr. Speaker, and allow Canadians to continue to exercise their freedom of belief and of expression without facing institutionalized discrimination by the Government of Canada.
A member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm incredibly proud and honored to be standing in the House today to present a petition from the village of Gold River. It says, we, the undersigned residents of the village of Gold River, British Columbia, request that the Government of Canada provide funding to support the installation and expansion of mobile phone networks in rural and remote communities such as Gold River, including Highway 28, Campbell River to Gold River, the village of Texana, at the village of Tassus and the Tree to Sea Drive between Gold River and Tassus. This is incredibly important to the people of my riding, and I'm happy to pronounce it today. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present petition 959. Mr. Speaker, this is a petition that garnered over 8,000 signatures on it, a grassroots petition that started in my community but reached out to all provinces and territories throughout the country. And in particular, it's a petition that calls on the Government of Canada to, one, implement a federal law, a pan-Canadian universal pharmacare plan within this 42nd Parliament, and second, to implement a national formulary for medically necessary drugs, including a drug monitoring agency, providing regulations and oversight for protecting Canadians. And I recognize that the government is currently working on this, but I too would like to lend my support to this, making it known that this is a great need in our country, and I look forward to a result from that committee.
Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, and a petition here from residents of Saskatchewan pointing out that whereas Section 2 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms identifies freedom of conscience, freedom of thought, and freedom of belief as fundamental freedoms, whereas the Government of Canada must defend the rights of all Canadians regardless of whether they agree with their views or not, the petitioners believe that the current Liberal government's proposed attestation requiring Canada Summer Jobs Programs applicants to hold the same views as the government would contravene the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. They call upon the Prime Minister to defend the freedoms of conscience, thought and belief and withdraw the attestation requirement for applicants to the Canadian Summer Jobs Program.
Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Speaker, I'm honoured to rise to table a petition on behalf of several British Columbians calling on the government to work with the provinces, municipalities and Indigenous communities to develop a national strategy to combat plastic pollution around aquatic environments. This would include regulations aimed at reducing single-use plastics, permanent, dedicated and annual funding for marine debris cleanups, the cleanup of derelict fishing gear, and the support of Motion M151, Mr. Speaker. British Columbians are on the front line of this global crisis, and they're calling on the government to take real action, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to present a petition from residents of Saanich Gulf Islands, recognizing that most of the farmers around the world are women, that it's a labor-intensive task, and that primarily the farmers in the global south rely on being able to save their own seeds from season to season. So the petitioners call on the Government of Canada to develop policies that allow small family farmers to protect and use and exchange and save seeds from season to season. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to table a petition dealing with human rights in China. John McCallum, Canada's ambassador to China, says Canada has more in common with China than with the United States. These petitioners know better. They highlight that 13 family members of Canadians, including Canadian citizen Ms. Quynh Sun and Canadian citizen applicant Ms. Ayan He, are illegally incarcerated in China due to their spiritual beliefs in Falun Gong, also Falun Dafa. They highlight other facts about this persecution, and they ask Parliament and the government to call on Chinese officials to immediately end the persecution of Falun Gong and release all prisoners of conscience, including Canadian citizens and their family members, and to take every opportunity to establish measures to investigate the Chinese regime's organ harvesting of innocent people for their organs. We have a private member's bill on that as well, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-350.
Honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Petitioners from Nanaimo call on this government to legislate action on abandoned vessels. Although the Transport Minister's announcement last week in Ladysmith was nice, it was only $64,000, clearly not enough. Petitioners ask instead the government to designate Coast Guard as the responsible agency to be first action on abandoned vessels. They call for a repair through legislation of vessel registration and piloting a vessel turn-in program to deal with the tremendous backlog of abandoned vessels polluting our coastlines.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the government's response to question 1472 to question 1483 could be made for orders for return, these returns would be tabled immediately.
The pleasure of the House, the aforementioned questions be made orders for return that they be tabled immediately. Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, I would ask then that all remaining questions be allowed to stand, please.
Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Notices of motion for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers be also allowed to stand.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Member for Flamborough-Glanbrook is rising on a point of order.
Yes, very briefly, Mr. Speaker. It pertains to the session on presenting petitions. I've noticed in this session, Mr. Speaker, that the standing orders have been ignored in regards to when a member presents a petition, that they don't state whether they're for or against the petition, that they simply state what the petitioners are presenting. I noticed the member from Kingston and the Islands personally stated that he was in support of that petition. That's not to particularly center him out. I've noticed it on several occasions, but particularly this time I just wanted to point that out and let members know that standing orders are clear, that they can present a petition from their constituents but not speak to whether they're supportive or not of it.
I am grateful to the Honourable Member for Flamborough-Glanbrook for making this important point that members should be cognizant of. Sometimes it is true you get tired of telling members this and you let go a little bit, but I think it's important to remind members that that is the rule. It's not the time to express members' opinion about the petition, but simply to say what the petitioners are calling for. That part is fine, which allows quite a bit, as a matter of fact. Orders of the day. Oh, excuse me, the Honourable Opposition House Leader is rising on a point of order.
On a point of privilege.
I have notice from the Honourable Opposition House Leader of a question of privilege.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am rising on a question of privilege regarding misleading information that has been presented to this House by the Prime Minister and the Minister of Public Safety. During question period on February 26, 2018, I asked the government a number of questions regarding a briefing provided to the media by the Prime Minister's security advisor, Daniel Jean. The briefing attempted to explain how a convicted terrorist ended up at an event with the Prime Minister during his trip to India. The reason Mr. Jean gave was that the government of India conspired and manipulated events in order to ensure the attendance of Jaspal Atwal at the reception. My first question to the government was simply this: what proof does the Prime Minister have that the government of India did this? As you know, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Public Safety did not provide any evidence to this claim, nor did he refute it, but instead he said, and I quote, "I can say that the invitation that was issued to this particular individual, Mr. Atwal, should never have been issued. Indeed, as soon as it was discovered, it was rescinded by the Government of Canada," unquote. This statement, Mr. Speaker, supports the statement made by the Minister of Foreign Affairs when she told the Indian Foreign Affairs Minister that Jaspal Atwal's invitation to the event was an honest mistake. If you follow the evolution of the response from the Minister of Public Safety on that day, the answers begin to also support the theory of Daniel Jean, a theory that blames rogue elements in the Indian government. The Minister of Public Safety said on February 26, and I quote, "Canada has a very strong and proficient national security and police agency. They are all well trained in what they need to do to protect and advance the Canadian national interest, and they've done their job in relation to the trip to India. They've done their job exceedingly well to make sure the best interests of Canadians are served and protected," unquote. On February 27, 2018, the Leader of the Opposition asked the Prime Minister the same question, and the Prime Minister, in his one answer to the Leader of the Opposition's question, combined both the notion espoused by the Minister of Foreign Affairs that the invitation was a mistake and Daniel Jean's theory laying blame on factions in the Indian government. The Prime Minister said, and I'll quote, "Mr. Speaker, as we've already said, this invitation should never have been sent. As soon as we realized it had, the invitation was withdrawn. Canada's national security and law enforcement agencies are nonpartisan, highly competent, and very effective. We have faith in them to protect Canada and Canadians. They continue to work very hard to serve and protect the interests of Canadians," unquote. Later in question period of February 27th, the Prime Minister introduces to the House a new character to the saga. He said, "Mr. Speaker, as I have said many times, this individual never should have been invited. As soon as we found out that he was, the invitation was rescinded. The member responsible for the invitation has taken full responsibility, and I will be following up with that member later this afternoon," unquote. The member he was referring to, Mr. Speaker, was the member for Surrey Centre. When pressed as to the conspiracy theory, the Minister of Public Safety out and out dismissed it as false when he said in response to my question on February 27th, He said, I quote, "The honourable member, both today and yesterday, has provided her interpretation of events. In fact, her insinuations and her accusations are false." At the same time, Mr. Speaker, that same minister and the Prime Minister continued to support the public servant who claimed and has never retracted or explained to any members of Parliament or clarified his comments that the Indian government was behind the events that led to Mr. Atwell's attendance at the reception. This contradiction continued all last week, Mr. Speaker, and it continues to this day, despite more evidence that the conspiracy theory may be bogus. Mr. Atwell, at a press conference last week, confirmed that he asked the member for Surrey Centre for an invitation to the Prime Minister's event. We in the opposition have given the government ample opportunity to clarify this matter, and they refused to do so. This contempt for the House, Mr. Speaker, is not unlike a matter that was raised in 2002. In 2002, another Liberal government refused to clarify the record, forcing the opposition to raise the matter as a question of privilege. It would seem, Mr. Speaker, that once again the opposition needs to take this extraordinary step and seek the authority of the House to cut through the contradictions and falsehoods to finally get to the truth. In addition, the official opposition has dedicated its Opposition Day tomorrow to call on the Prime Minister to instruct Daniel Jean to appear before the Standing Committee on Public Safety to give the same courtesy to members of Parliament that he gave to the media about his government's theory regarding the Indian government's involvement in this matter. It is my sincere hope that the Prime Minister will see fit to not show further contempt for this House and allow his official to at least treat members of Parliament the same as members of the press gallery. In your ruling of yesterday, Mr. Speaker, while on an unrelated matter, you touched on the issue of respect that members of Parliament are expected to receive from the government and its officials in these situations. You said, and I quote you, Mr. Speaker, "As Speaker, I understand the member for Abbotsford's frustration and sense of disrespect that he feels in not having had priority access to a briefing on such a complex matter of piece of legislation. In fact, the Chair not only finds this matter to be unfortunate but also entirely avoidable. There's no question that the work of members of Parliament is made more difficult without expeditious access to legislative information. Given this reality, there is a rightful expectation that those responsible for this information should do their utmost to ensure members access to it. Not respecting this expectation does a disservice to us all. It is particularly disconcerting when the government gives priority to the media over members of Parliament." And I unquote. On February 1st, 2002, the Speaker ruled in a matter in regard to the former Minister of National Defence. The former honourable member for Portage Lisgar alleged that the Minister of National Defence deliberately misled the House as to when he knew what prisoners taken by Canadian JTF-2 troops in Afghanistan had been handed over to the Americans. In support of that allegation, he cited the minister's responses in question period on 2 successive days. The Speaker considered the matter and found that there was a prima facie question of privilege. He said, I quote, "The authorities are consistent about the need for clarity in our proceedings and the need to ensure the integrity of the information provided by the government to the House." Mr. Speaker, the authorities to which Speaker Milliken was referring included the following House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 2nd edition, which states on page 115, "Misleading a member or a member has been considered a form of obstruction and thus a prima facie breach of privilege." The Speaker in 2002 accepted the minister's assertion that he had no intention to mislead the House and made the following statement. He said, "Nevertheless, this remains a very difficult situation." The Speaker went on to say, "On the basis of the arguments presented by honourable members and in view of the gravity of the matter, I have concluded that the situation before us where the House is left with 2 versions of the event is one that merits further consideration by an appropriate committee, if only to clear the air. I therefore invite the honourable member for Portage Lisgar, ironically, to move his motion." Unquote. Mr. Speaker, on February 25, 2015, the House Leader of the official opposition raised a question of privilege regarding statements made in the House by the member for Mississauga-Streetsville. The honourable member for Mississauga-Streetsville had deliberately misled the House during debate on Bill C-23, the Fair Elections Act, when he stated that he had witnessed evidence of voter fraud firsthand. On February 24th and February 25th, the member for Mississauga-Streetsville admitted that, contrary to his original claim, he had not actually witnessed what he had originally claimed to have witnessed. The Speaker found that by taking something the member knew not to be true and presenting it as eyewitness evidence, something so egregious constituted contempt. I believe we are faced with the same scenario today, Mr. Speaker, except the government refuses to admit it, as the previous Liberal government refused to do. On March 3, 2015, the Speaker delivered his ruling citing what Speaker Milliken was faced with in February 2002 when the then Minister of National Defence provided contradictory information to this House. Speaker Milliken went on to conclude, in keeping with that precedent, I am prepared to accord the same courtesy to the member for Mississauga-Streetsville. At the same time, the fact remains that the House continues to be seized of completely contradictory statements. This is a difficult position in which to leave members, who must be able to depend on the integrity of the information with which they are provided to perform their parliamentary duties. Unquote, or no, keep quoting. Accordingly, in keeping with the precedent cited earlier in which Speaker Milliken indicated what the matter merited, further consideration by an appropriate committee, if only to clear the air. I am prepared in this case for the same reason to allow the matter to be put to the House. That was Speaker Milliken. So, Mr. Speaker, this House has been presented with several conflicting answers to one very simple question about the appearance of Jaspal Atwal at the event in India. It's a grave situation that has not had satisfactory resolution. Parliamentarians have a right to obtain accurate and not conflicting information, clarification when asking questions of the government, Mr. Speaker, even a clarification. And if the media got this information, members of Parliament should have this clarification. In this instance, this has not occurred, and so, Mr. Speaker, if you find this to be a prima facie question of privilege, I am prepared to move the appropriate motion. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the Honourable Opposition House Leader. I see the Honourable Member Honourable Député de Berthier-Masconanger se lève.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masconanger is rising on the same question of privilege. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the Honourable House Leader for the official opposition, the member from Portage-Lisker, for her presentation. Today she raised some really important issues. Obviously, we have some concerns also, so I'd like to take the time to reflect, go over some of the points that she put forward in the House today, and if need be, I will come back with my comments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader on the same question privilege.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, what I'd like to be able to do is to review the comments that the Opposition House Leader has put on the records this afternoon, and we will return to you in as quickly as the fashion as we can. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Opposition House Leader for raising her question, and I look forward to hearing from the Honourable Berthier-Masconanger, aussi le Secretary.
As well as the Parliamentary Secretary. And I hope that they will respond in due time. Government orders, Ways and Means motion dealing with the budgetary policy of the government.
Resuming debate. Is debate or resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to start by indicating that I'll be sharing my time with the member from Vancouver East. And I thought I might start my reflections on the budget just by noticing some things in the budget that I think are a step in the right direction. Those are, I'm thinking specifically, Mr. Speaker, of the provisions for parental leave, and I'm thinking also of the now 5 days paid leave for Canadians fleeing situations of domestic violence. I think that is good. In the fall, when the government announced this measure, it was 3 unpaid days, and there was some great work by some of my colleagues on the NDP benches here to point out that would be hard to access for folks who are leaving difficult situations and don't have the luxury of missing paid days of work. So I thought that was a positive change. And for people in Manitoba, in the province that I represent, that now means that they're covered both at the federal level and the provincial level, because the previous NDP government also introduced provisions for paid leave for folks fleeing domestic violence. So that's good news for Manitobans to now be covered at both levels. I do want to say that I think one of the major themes of the budget or emissions of the budget, whether you're it's important whether you're looking at it from the point of view of fiscal responsibility or the point of view of social justice, Madam Speaker, is the lack of serious action when it comes to going after tax evasion, whether that's through tax havens or other kinds of significant tax loopholes, because that contributes to on the fiscal responsibility side. That's lost revenue for government that really ought to be here and contributing to balancing the books. And on the social justice side, that's also money that can be spent on the kinds of things that Canadians need, whether that's expanding their drug coverage through a national pharmacare plan, whether it's investing in affordable housing, which we know is a crisis for many Canadians right across the country. So whether you're looking at it from either of those sides, hemorrhaging that amount of money off to other jurisdictions where we have special sweetheart deals is a serious problem, and it's something I'm sad to see the government didn't take the opportunity to address. But it's in keeping with the kind of sweetheart treatment that they give a lot of big players when it comes to major CEOs who continue to benefit from the CEO stock option tax loophole. Which is infuriating for Canadians who are seeing the cost of housing and other important costs go up, and continue to watch the people at the top end of the earning spectrum be able to save money on their taxes because they have the ability to be paid in stock options instead of by salary. And we saw this kind of we see this special treatment when we think of financial consulting firms like KPMG, who have been reported to be right at the center of some of the largest tax evasion schemes, and yet are being treated with kid gloves by this government. We saw the kind of natural affinity that the finance minister has for the banking sector when there was controversy over the past year about the government depriving credible financial institutions like credit unions, all of the credit unions across the country, from being able to use the language of banking services and banking, which is the common sense term that Canadians use when they talk about making deposits and other kinds of investments or getting their mortgage. And they trust credit unions to do that. Credit unions do a good job of that. But because the banks decided to undermine their competition and they knew they had a friendly ear in the finance minister was quick to jump when they said that maybe credit unions shouldn't be able to use that language. And it's frustrating to see that kind of special treatment for banks when banks don't afford that same respect to the communities that they serve. And we're seeing that happen right now in Transcona, Madam Speaker, where the TD Bank, which has recorded the highest level of profits for any bank in Canada this year, is closing a local branch that's been the cornerstone of Transcona's downtown for decades and decades and decades. And they're not saying it's because they were losing money at the branch. They're saying, they want to increase their overall profits across the country by 1% or a fraction of a percent. So they're closing branches in communities like Transcona all across the country, regardless of the cost that and the toll that takes on the people in those communities who've been faithful customers and want to be able to access in-person banking services in their community. You contrast that with credit unions who came under fire from this government in terms of using the language of banking and banking services, who are responsible to their customers and are keeping local branches open and doing that quite successfully from a financial point of view, and the contrast is stark, Madam Speaker. A theme of this budget, as reported by the Parliamentary Budget Officer, and we've heard over a number of days now debate about that, and we've heard it in question period, is the fact that, first of all, although having announced over $186 billion in infrastructure money, most of which is to come long after this Parliament has come and gone, and hopefully, Madam Speaker, long after this government has come and gone. Despite having announced that big number, there's no plan for how to spend what they're calling a record amount of money on infrastructure, Madam Speaker, which is totally irresponsible, for one thing. But it is also important to note, when I talk about that money coming later and after the next election, that of the small amount of money that is actually to be spent in this Parliament, the PBO reported that approximately 25% of that much smaller amount of infrastructure money will be allowed to lapse instead of actually being invested in our communities. And we're living that right now in Winnipeg, where Red River College, who's our biggest community college by far, wanted to make an investment in Winnipeg's downtown through a new innovation center. That's a center that was meant to help startup businesses in the tech sector, again, among others, and to have a good collaborative relationship between the college and the private sector in Winnipeg's downtown, has had to put a hold on the tenders for that $90 million project because of the $40 million that was announced to support it by the federal government. That money has a quite unrealistic deadline in terms of when they expect completion, when the federal government is demanding that the project be completed, so much so that the college has had to put a hold on those tenders. And what that means is the potential for missing out on a total $90 million investment in post-secondary education right in the heart of Winnipeg's downtown, which would also have an important economic benefit to Winnipeg's downtown. And so when we hear about the lapsed funding, we hear oftentimes from the government, oh, well, that's because, you know, it takes time to finish projects and the receipts haven't come in. But in this case, we see quite clearly, and I'm sure it's not the only instance across the country, where it's actually unrealistic parameters being put by the federal government on the project that is the problem. Now, I understand that the Minister of Natural Resources and the member for Winnipeg South Centre has been trying to advocate within his own government for that project. At least that's my understanding. Members opposite can correct me if I'm wrong on that. But I think what that signals is a problem that he's not being taken seriously enough within his own government, and why it is that the only cabinet minister for Manitoba's say-so wouldn't be good enough, or the 7 Liberals that represent Winnipeg ridings wouldn't be able to have influence within that government, I think is troubling. And I would forgive Winnipeggers who are wondering at the value of electing 7 Liberals to represent a city if it's going to mean that they get taken for granted and some of the major infrastructure projects committed to by the federal government don't get the follow-through that it deserves, Madam Speaker. And so they may be wondering that. Or they may be wondering if maybe this is a problem with the way that the Liberals have set up the regional economic development agencies, where instead of having ministers from the region being responsible for economic development activities, instead that's all consolidated under one minister, in this case from Southern Ontario, who doesn't understand projects in Manitoba and doesn't understand the needs of Winnipeg, and is clearly ignoring his colleague from Manitoba instead of moving ahead with a very valuable project. I say all that just to show that when we talk about lapsed funding in infrastructure, the numbers sometimes are quite big, and it can be quite abstract and kind of hard to get your head around. But those are the kinds of very concrete problems that those numbers represent in Winnipeg and across the country when you start talking about lapsed infrastructure funding. So I'm very sorry that I don't have more time to get into more of the issues with the budget. I've tried to show how some of those issues come right back to home and affect us. So as much as it sounds like Pickering here in Ottawa, or as much as the numbers may be hard to get our head around, they really do have real consequences for us here at home.
Questions on comments? The honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to ask my honourable colleague, does he understand that the Canadian economic the prosperity that Canada enjoys today, the standard of living Canadians enjoys today, earlier it was based on the natural resources, the forestry product, the fossil fuels, the minerals, and to an extent with basic industries like aluminium, steel, auto and aviation. But things are changing today. You know, Madam Speaker, about 25, 30 years back, Canada was number 2 or number 3 in the world in aluminium production. But in the last 25, 30 years, we have not seen one single new smelter coming up. The future of Canadians, the jobs for the Canadians of today and tomorrow Madam Speaker, is in knowledge-based economy. I would like to know if the member appreciates the kind of investments we are doing in the innovation sector, in the technology sector for innovation, and be leading the knowledge-based economy, which is creating a level playing field globally. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona, Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I understand quite well the importance of the information economy that's emerging and the role of innovation. And that's why one of the major themes of my speech centered around a new innovation center for Winnipeg, spearheaded by Red River College, that had over $40 million in federal money announced that the federal government itself is now putting in jeopardy by holding the college to an unrealistic deadline in order to get it done. And so we're actually watching that member's government observe the collapse of a good project, and I hope they will change their mind on this. It's important that they do. They committed the money, but now because of unrealistic deadlines, it's not going ahead. The tenders that the college was putting out for its innovation center have been withdrawn because of uncertainty around the funding coming through if they don't meet what is an unrealistic deadline. And that situation was created by a long delay by the federal government within its own program for approving the project in the first place. That's the truth. It was one of the last projects approved. It took somewhere in the vicinity of a year, I think, to approve that project. And that's part of the reason of the delay. So if they take innovation seriously, they should allow the project to proceed.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Elmwood Transcona for his comments, especially on the infrastructure issue.
I just want to remind the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, if he's got questions, he'll be able to stand up and ask for those questions. I would just also like to remind the member from Elmwood Transcona that instead of trying to keep a conversation going while someone's trying to ask him a question, he should maybe pay a little bit more attention. The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I want to thank my colleague from Elmwood Transcona for his comments, especially on the infrastructure. Now, I was watching the Parliamentary Budget Officer last night comment of the $182 billion of historic investment that the Liberal government announced. $90 billion is actually holdover announcements and investments from the previous government. $70 billion could not actually be found. Now, he was commenting about issues with his college. Yesterday, I commented about in Alberta, we were underfunded per capita 20%. For transit infrastructure. I notice Manitoba, despite all these Liberal MPs, is underfunded per capita 43% for the infrastructure funding. I wonder if perhaps my colleague could comment on the unfairness of how the government distributes its money.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you very much. And I mean, yes, I think this is a real problem, and it's been a recurring theme that in our Liberal representatives from Manitoba, we just don't have the kind of champions we need in order to get what they're calling historical levels of funding. I think there's some fun with numbers there. I mean, if you were to announce federal spending into the year 2075, you would have a historic number. Whether or not you would have anything realistic or useful for contemporary political debate would be another question entirely, but you certainly would have a large number. So, but anyway, by their own admission, or according to their own claim, it's a historical number. But a lot of that money isn't reaching Manitoba. Now, I would say to my honourable friend that we do need Liberal champions in order to get that money into Manitoba. There are some other issues about why some of that money is not making it to Manitoba, particularly when you mention transit. I think of our Conservative government in Manitoba that just brutally slashed funding to Winnipeg Transit and has apparently been sitting on a report on the electrification of its bus fleet for over 20 months while saying they didn't have it. And so there are some deep political issues when it comes to transit in Winnipeg right now. And much as we might all like to, they can't all be blamed on the Liberal Party of Canada.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I've had the opportunity to speak to the budgets in previous years, and I often refer to budgets as showing what a government's priorities are, and more importantly, what a government's priorities are not. The inequality gap between Canada's wealthiest and the rest of Canadians has never been greater in our country.
According to the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, as of 2016, Canada's 100 highest-paid CEOs now earn over 209 times more than average Canadian worker. This year, Canada's CEOs could have stopped working at 10:57 a.m. on January the 2nd, taken the rest of the year off, and still make as much as an average Canadian would this year. Just think about that for 1 minute, Madam Speaker. By reducing this inequality is simply not a priority of this government. Despite promising to close the stock option deduction loopholes, which is projected to cost some $840 million this year alone, this government, under pressure from its wealthy friends, abandoned that promise. The finance minister has suggested that this is because small businesses and startups use this as a legitimate form of compensation. But the actual data actually shows that that is not the case. The CCPA found that 99% of benefits from the stock option deduction went to the top 10% of income earners in Canada. It found in their report, quote, "In essence, there is no benefit from this tax expenditure to anyone making less than $215,000 a year," end quote. Those aren't employees of small startups, Madam Speaker. Those people are this government's wealthy backers and fellow French villa owners. This is just one tax loophole. Unfortunately, despite its promise and posturing as a progressive force, this government has left several of these highly regressive tax policies on the books and failed to take real action on the abuse of tax havens. Tackling these issues are simply not their priorities. For Vancouver East, housing remains the #1 issue for many of our residents. It has long been declared a basic right by the United Nations, and Canada has signed and ratified a number of international human rights treaties that identify the right to adequate housing as a fundamental human right. The NDP introduced Bill C-325 to enshrine the right to housing for Canadians in the Canadian Bill of Rights. And to my dismay, every Liberal MP joined hands with the Conservatives to vote against that bill. At a Van East Town Hall that I hosted, many attendees agreed on the necessity of a real national affordable housing program, the need for renewed and ongoing federal housing subsidies, the need for long-term solutions, not two-year transitional measures for co-op housing, the importance of the Liberals to honour their election promise for incentives to build rental housing, and the need for dedicated funding for Aboriginal housing. While the Liberals have promised to bring back a national housing strategy, and then there was much fanfare, by the way, in that announcement, what we learned is that 90% of the funding will actually not be spent until after the next election. The issue of housing affordability constitutes a crisis with real immediate needs, and the government's response is to say, "We will get back to you after the next election." Honestly, you don't deal with a crisis by spending over 90% of promised funding after the next election. The NDP has urged the government to bring the funding forward by increasing housing spending in Budget 2018 to $1.58 billion instead of 2021. Sadly, Budget 2018 failed to acknowledge this important call for action. According to this government, tax loopholes for the richest must continue. Funding for affordable housing can wait. Homelessness costs Canada $7 billion annually, $1 billion in BC alone. Every dollar invested in providing housing has been found to yield over $2 in savings in areas like healthcare, the justice system, and other social supports. Each dollar invested in housing construction has also been found to result in $1.52 of GDP growth. These are investments that pay for themselves and simply should not be made to wait. I had the opportunity, when speaking in support of Bill C-315, to draw attention to the work of the Vancouver East community, and what they're doing is trying to obtain UNESCO Heritage Site designation for Vancouver's Chinatown. With Canada having just celebrated its 150th birthday, partnering and investing in preserving heritage sites like this would have been welcomed. BC was able to join Confederation through the labor and sacrifices made by Chinese railway workers, and 2017 marked the 70th anniversary of the Chinese Canadians winning the right to vote. Vancouver's Chinatown is number 3 on Heritage Vancouver Society's top 10 watch list of endangered sites, and in the top 10 endangered places list of the National Trust for Canada. Relentless development threatens the area more and more each year. Our community was hoping that the federal government would get behind our UNESCO push and provide preservation funding. There wasn't anything in Budget 2018 for this important work. I hope that in future budgets that there is recognition from the federal government to help revitalize Vancouver's Chinatown and Chinatowns across the country. On another critical issue, there is not an Indigenous community in Canada who has not been touched by the systemic racism and sexism that allow Indigenous women and girls to be stolen from their loved ones, and Indigenous men like Colton Boucher to be killed without repercussions. The Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls Inquiry has been riddled with challenges since the beginning. The inquiry is the result of decades of work and advocacy by families and survivors. I feel very strongly that it must put the needs of families and survivors at the forefront. It is also vital that organizations who have been granted standing because of their expertise on the conditions and practices that cause and perpetuate the murders and disappearances of Indigenous women and girls are also heard in this inquiry. To date, there has been no information regarding the process or timeline for these experts and institutional hearings of the inquiry. This is not acceptable. No More Stolen Sisters cannot be just a slogan. Recently, I had the opportunity to participate in the massive rally to stop Kinder Morgan. This call for action was led by Indigenous leaders from across the country. Thousands gathered at Forest Grove to send a clear message to the Prime Minister: no consent, no pipeline. With eagles soaring above us, the leadership spoke eloquently and passionately about the future generations and how it is our responsibility to warrior up to protect those who could not speak for themselves. Their powerful and inspirational message united all of us with one heart and one mind. Together, let us all work together to stop Kinder Morgan. The issue of pipelines brings us to the need for real action for just transition to a sustainable future. What about bringing a strategy to expand the use of solar panels for homes, for public buildings? There's nothing like that in this budget. On a critically related issue, the government has also finally decided to provide Immigration and Refugee Board some funding to address the strain on the system caused by the significant increase in asylum claims to Canada. Unfortunately, because of how long this government has put their head in the sand on irregular crossings, this new funding will only, for 2 years, address the issues for 2 years. That is not nearly enough. The added funding will only ensure that 18,000 cases are processed at a time when you have over 40,000 cases in the backlog and the rate in which 2,100 cases are increasing per month. This is deficient. This budget does not address the real needs of Canadians. Action is where it matters. It takes courage to act, and I call on the government to do that.
Comments? The honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Millions of Canadians, working Canadians, don't have workplace pension plan. Our government started in the previous years an historic agreement with the provinces to change the CPP. And, Madam Speaker, this budget we have initiated steps to consider to look into universal pharmacare. We have also introduced Canada Worker Benefit, which an investment of $1 billion helps about 2 million working Canadians. And it's also expected under this particular program, about 700,000 low-income working Canadians will come out of poverty in another 2 years. I would like to ask Honourable Member her views on this particular program.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. You know, if you read the fine print of the budget, he will note that, in fact, for CPP, that actually won't kick in for another 50 years. So I suspect that I'd be dead by then, but notwithstanding, for real Canadians who need that help today, that is not going to happen for them. And I invite the member to come to Vancouver East. Come and walk the streets, and I will take him down to the downtown east side and see the people who are homeless today in our communities, telling them that the funding will flow to them after the next election is not going to help solve the problem. And the government like to talk about equality, women's rights. And in this budget, where is the funding that will actually back up those words? You don't actually see the money that will flow. Talk is cheap, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to ask through you, my colleague, a question about housing. I just want to actually give her more time to talk about housing because she knows a lot about that crisis. I was just talking with people in my riding in Penticton who've been working on the housing crisis there. They're not only having trouble getting funding to tackle that housing crisis, they're having trouble hiring people to work on it because they can't find housing for the workers who are working on the housing crisis. So I just wanted to give her some more time to add information that this government really needs to hear on housing.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much to my colleague for that question and for his comments about what's going on in his community as well. We all see this all across Canada. The reality is that housing is so expensive, so unaffordable, that more and more people are actually left out in the cold. We have people who are homeless who cannot find a shelter. We have people who are in a shelter who cannot find a home. And you know, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure this out. Housing homelessness, the issue is absolutely resolvable. What it needs is for the government to make that commitment to invest in the housing, build the housing, and to ensure that the people are supported so that they can be successful. The issue around housing is not just for people who are on income assistance. I know some people say, well, they're on income assistance. Of course, that would mean that they can afford housing. But the reality as well is that there are a lot of people who are living precariously because they are on making minimum wages. Some of them are doing several minimum wage jobs trying to keep afloat. So many Canadians are now paying more than 30% of their total income towards housing. In fact, many of them pay over 50%, 60% of their total income towards housing. So how is it possible that this government thinks that it's okay for the national strategy that they announced with great fanfare that they won't actually flow the money? 90% of that money will not flow until after the next election. And by the way, having worked in the nonprofit sector, for you to even get off the ground to do a housing project right now, after you get through all the zoning and all the permits and all the requirements, it will at least take 3 to 5 years to get a project off the ground if you floated that money. So how many people can wait after the next election, add another 5 to 7 years to get a roof over their head? Ask yourselves if this is acceptable, if your family is out on the streets today. So if it is not, then I urge the government to take real action, and instead of just talking about it and bragging about it, do something about it and put the money where their mouth is.
Resuming debate, reprise au débat. The honourable member for Beaches East York.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I rise today to support Budget 2018 and will be splitting my time with the member from Saanich Gulf Islands. Budget 2018 includes important investments in science and investigator-led research, a number of measures to advance gender equality from pay equity to improve parental leave, a nature fund to improve conservation efforts, new support for international development assistance, and significant funding for Indigenous communities, including to address the Human Rights Tribunal child welfare decisions. These priorities are a reflection of what I heard from my constituents in Beaches East York and what we heard from Canadians across our country. I could spend a good deal of time on any one of these measures, but today I will speak to a more general question. What does a smart and compassionate tax and benefit system look like? While Conservative opposition MPs occasionally act as if they don't believe in taxation at all, under both Liberal and Conservative federal governments, there have been major transfers to provinces, including for infrastructure, major transfers to persons, including for seniors and children's benefits, and significant spending on our civil service. As Oliver Wendell Holmes long ago noted, taxes are the...
Just a moment. The question is whether there's quorum in the House. Give me a couple of seconds and we'll do the count. So we do have quorum in the House now. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Beaches East York.
As I was saying, Madam Speaker, while Conservative opposition MPs occasionally act as if they don't believe in taxation at all, under both Liberal and Conservative federal governments, there have been major transfers to provinces, including for infrastructure, major transfers to persons, including for seniors and children's benefits, and significant spending on our civil service. As Oliver Wendell Holmes long ago noted, taxes are the price we pay for a civilized society. And we should be able to have a thoughtful discussion in this House about how taxes can be fairest and most efficient. And not all taxes are created equal. For example, as far as revenue generation is concerned, consumption taxes are most efficient. Laval professor and economist Stephen Gordon has written that taxes on consumption are generally found to be less harmful to economic growth than taxes on income. A thoughtful deliberation on taxes might actually see us move towards higher GST levels, matched by broad-based personal income tax cuts. To address the potential regressive nature of the GST, we already have a system of GST tax credits to offset costs for low-income individuals, and those credits could be increased as needed. Other taxes are not designed for revenue generation at all, but instead to internalize in the cost of a good or service the negative externality the product or activity imposes on society. In The Tragedy of the Commons, Garrett Hardin described how the rational pursuit of self-interest by individual actors can negatively impact the long-term sustainability of shared resources. The classic example in his case is unregulated grazing on common land. As a rational being, each herdsman seeks to maximize his gain. What's the utility to me of adding one more animal to my herd? Well, as a positive component, I would receive all of the profits. The negative component, the function of the additional overgrazing created by one more animal, that would be shared by all. So I would bear a fraction of the cost. In Hardin's words, each and every rational herdsman is locked into a system that compels him to increase his herd without limit in a world that is limited. He then aptly applies that same argument to our environment and pollution, and the same market failure exists with respect to climate change. While private property is usually a good solution to this market failure, Hardin acknowledges that the air and waters surrounding us cannot readily be fenced, and thus different means are required. To tackle climate change, those different means are carbon pricing and regulation. As the Ecofiscal Commission concluded, however, carbon pricing is the simplest and most cost-effective way to lower greenhouse gas emissions, and so it should do most of the heavy lifting in reducing our emissions. The Commission has also rightly highlighted the importance of stringency. We need to continue to steadily increase our carbon price beyond 2022 and well past $50 per tonne. In keeping with this evidence, Budget 2018 states that central to Canada's plan to fight climate change and grow the economy is the understanding that pollution has a real, tangible cost, and the Government of Canada is committed to putting a price on carbon pollution. Further, our government is committed to revenue neutrality. Budget 2018 states that the direct revenue from the carbon price on pollution under the federal system will be returned to the province or territory of origin. With this in mind, carbon pricing cannot sensibly be described as a tax grab. Rather, it is a corrective tax for a major market failure to address the negative externalities imposed on our planet by GHG emissions. I hope that we are all willing to engage in these tax debates more thoughtfully going forward. On this and on many other issues, it is not possible to find consensus in this House. It's more common to find disagreement, and if one is optimistic, one simply hopes for reasonable disagreement. Where we do find agreement across party lines on certain issues, we should prioritize them, Madam Speaker, particularly if we can improve Canadians' lives in a fundamental way. To this end, I believe that we can build consensus in this House to improve basic income supports for Canadians in need. A key example of this in Budget 2018 is our introduction of the new Canada Workers' Benefit, a more generous and accessible basic income support for the working poor. Specifically, the new Canada Workers' Benefit will increase the similar older benefit by $500 million per year starting in 2019, which comes on the heels of a $250 million annual increase previously. Together, this amounts to more than a 60% increase in funding for the benefit overall. Importantly, the new benefit will also have expanded eligibility criteria so that more people are able to access the support. Lastly, the benefit will now be automatic. All Canadians who are eligible and who have filed their taxes will receive the basic income support by default. This is an example of smart government. Behavioral economics has taught us the power of defaults. The change to the Canada Workers' Benefit embraces the lessons of Richard Thaler and Cass Sunstein that small nudges, changes to choice architecture, can alter people's behavior to their benefit without restricting their freedom or changing their incentives. Tens of thousands of Canadians will now receive a benefit they should have already been receiving, an estimated $200 million in annual benefits. Finance estimates that 300,000 more Canadians will receive the new Canada Workers' Benefit than its older version because of the expanded eligibility criteria and automatic enrollment, and Finance further estimates that 70,000 people will be lifted out of poverty. This builds on the success of other basic income support programs that our government has strengthened, making an important impact in poverty reduction and helping to build a more humane and compassionate society. According to a Library of Parliament analysis conducted at the request of my office, in 2017, largely as a result of changes introduced by the government in 2016 to children's benefits and the GIS for seniors, it's estimated that 695,000 individuals will be lifted out of low income. This number will continue to climb with the indexation of the CCB and the new Canada Child Benefit, or the new Canada Workers' Benefit. In addition to building on the success of other basic income support programs, the new Canada Workers' Benefit builds on what came before it, the Working Income Tax Benefit. The WITB was first introduced in a federal budget by then Liberal Finance Minister, the member for Regina-Wascana, and now Public Safety Minister. But it became a reality in 2007, Madam Speaker, through the work of then Conservative Finance Minister Jim Flaherty. Fast forward to last year's NDP leadership race, and the member for Timmins, James Bay, was calling for a significant increase and expansion of the WITB. In short, we see support for the program across the political spectrum and a real potential for consensus. If we want to work across party lines and together make a major impact on the lives of Canadians in need, we should keep calling for an increase to basic income support programs and especially the Canada Workers' Benefit. Together, we spend over $50 billion every year on elderly benefits through OAS and GIS. We spend approximately $23 billion every year on the Canada Child Benefit, the GST tax credit almost $4 billion annually. But after improvements to the Canada Workers' Benefit, it will still be just over $2 billion per year. There is room to make a bigger impact by continuing to expand this benefit in future years, and I hope there is room to build consensus in this House toward that goal. After all, there is little more fundamental to a person's life than their economic security, and we have a very high proportion of Canadians living in poverty who are working. Basic income support programs like the CCB, the Canada Workers' Benefit, the Guaranteed Income Supplement, they have proven to be efficient and effective. Dostoevsky wrote that money is coined liberty, and there is no doubt an emancipatory value to these basic income programs. Freedom from the stress of income insecurity, freedom from worrying about having the basic necessities of shelter, food, and clothing also means the freedom to pursue one's happiness and the freedom to refuse harmful employment and other exploitative relationships. We know that direct transfers to persons based on income tax filings are low cost and efficient. We know that low-income Canadians spend their benefits on necessities and that such spending can play a role in economic growth. We know that there are serious costs to poverty for our society and for individuals. And while there are important pilot projects going on around the world and here in Ontario, we know from our own federal experience with GIS, the CCB, now the Canada Workers' Benefit, that basic income support programs work. We know that there is an opportunity for consensus across the aisle on this issue to fundamentally improve the lives of Canadians in need in a way that is both smart and fair. We should all demand more of such smart and fair governance, Madam Speaker. Our government has made incredibly important progress on this file, but there is much more work for us to do. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for, as always, a very interesting discussion of policy issues. In fact, there's probably more policy analysis in the last 10 minutes from my colleague than one can find in the entire budget 2018. My question, Madam Speaker, and I know that you're always concerned about the length of time that one takes to pose meaningful questions, is to ask my colleague his thoughts about the Parliamentary Budget Officer's observations and criticisms, if you will, for the lack of detail within the Budget 2018 and the lack of a plan, for example, with infrastructure. And I wonder whether he might agree with me that the most notable aspect of Budget 2018 is the lack of economic analysis.
The honourable member for Beaches East York.
I certainly would not agree with the latter comment of my colleagues, but I'll certainly use as first comment in relation to my analysis in one of my householders. To answer my colleague more seriously, I'm also concerned about a lack of detail, and I would encourage my my ministerial colleagues to provide any detail they can, not only to the PBO but to this House. But I would note, and there have been major funding announcements for the City of Toronto, and my riding being one part of the city. And oftentimes, the money is ready to flow, but the city is not ready to spend the money. And a good example, $600 million has been allocated by our government to further the promise made by the previous government in relation to the Scarborough Subway. But as we know, that is nowhere near ready to be underway. So the fault does not necessarily lie with this government.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for his comments. As always, they are thoughtful. I'd like to ask the member this. In his speech, he talked about the importance of climate action, and he noted some actions with respect to that. Now, the government, his government, has approved the Kinder Morgan pipeline expansion. And this contrary to what the Prime Minister has said during the campaign, and where he promised British Columbians and Canadians that he would not approve the Kinder Morgan pipeline expansion under Harper's process. Yet that's exactly what this government's done. And so in light of the issues around climate action, I wonder whether or not the member would agree with this decision of his government.
The honourable member for Beaches East York.
Thanks very much for to my colleague for the question. I have concerns with any pipeline approval that obviously increases substantively the potential for emissions where we don't have an overarching plan to take into account those emissions and meet our climate targets. So canceling pipelines can be very costly to our economy. And so long as we have a plan, and I would view carbon pricing as the appropriate plan, that if we are to approve a pipeline such as this or other pipelines that are necessarily going to make it harder to meet our obligations under Paris, we need to make sure that that carbon price and the other actions that we're taking are stringent enough to make sure that we meet our goals. And if the approval of these pipelines undermines in the end our obligations under Paris, then we've failed in our task.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my friend from the Beaches riding, a place he knows that I think a great deal of, as I do that member. He is a policy person. So on the climate change file, I'd ask him whether he wouldn't agree with me that rather than imposing the price of carbon through tax on seniors on fixed incomes, on families that he's been advocating for that are already struggling, would it not be better to incentivize large emitters and actually say the government of Canada is going to take less in tax from you if you do something that's a social good? So rather than a stick of a carbon tax hitting the most vulnerable, could we not solve the same problem by providing a carrot to the emitters? The one group that would have to sacrifice would be the government by taking in more tax revenue. Wouldn't that be a pragmatic solution to climate change?
Good question.
The honourable member for Beaches East York, a brief answer, please.
I can only say that not only would I disagree with the member that that there are carbon pricing, as I've said, is the most effective policy. But that's not just me saying that. That's virtually every intelligent economist in Canada and around the world. So whether it's cap and trade or whether it's carbon pricing through a tax, that is the fundamental, most cost-effective way of doing so. And more than that, this is, as I've said in my speech, this is not a cash grab. I've previously said in my remarks previously in the House that this should be revenue neutral directly to citizens. The government subsequently made a decision to make it revenue neutral, and provinces can then determine if BC wants to put their money directly to citizens and Nova Scotia wants to do something differently and Quebec wants to do something differently. It's up to those provinces to make those determinations. But certainly at the federal level, money is not being kept by us and will flow instead back to the provinces.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to start by thanking the honourable member for Beaches East York for splitting his time with me, and more specifically, to thank the government House Leader. It's been a difficult thing for me over the years, as you can imagine, to obtain speaking slots on important bills. I went too quickly, I think, on my last occasion where the Liberals offered me a speaking slot because it was on the application of time allocation on Bill C-69, which is an omnibus bill, and one where it certainly is egregious to have applied time allocation and make the bill omnibus in the first place. But there's no question, and I think it bears repeating, that the spirit of cooperation to members on the other side, such as myself, who are not likely to give a speech cheering the government on, it means therefore even more when the decision is made that a Liberal member of Parliament will split speaking time to allow me to speak to the issues before us. In the instance of this budget speech, there is much to like in this budget. But before I get to that, let me just step back. This is a concern I have been raising for years, going back to my election in 2011. It has been some time since we've actually had a budget that one could honestly describe as a budget. By this I mean, in the old days, when I'd say before 2006, I'd go to budget lockups on behalf of Sierra Club of Canada. I'd open the budget and I'd be able to find a budget for every department in the Government of Canada. I'd be able to see what they spent last year, what they're going to spend next year. It would be easy to verify if there's an announcement in the budget, X hundreds of millions of dollars for thus and such. Is it new money? Is it reprofiled old money? We no longer know any of these things. There is no budget in the budget. Now, it is a fundamental principle of Westminster parliamentary democracy that Parliament controls the public purse. That is now a laughable anachronism. It is anachronistic to imagine that we actually control the public purse because we can't see into it. I think the budget every spring, I started describing this in the Harper era, should be called the annual thick spring brochure. It's very thick, it's full of good ideas and lots of good rhetoric, but it doesn't tell us what a basic budget, and every household knows this. What's the revenue coming in? What are the expenses going out? What's our bottom line? Well, we do know we have a deficit. We know the bottom line. But beyond that, we have to wait for supplementary estimates and other things that receive very cursory review in this place. So I do make the plea again. I noted some things in this budget that are truly puzzling, but they're not explained. I will mention that you can find this at page 324, that the Government of Canada is projecting virtually no increase in spending over a 5-year period. There's no explanation for it, but it's almost magical that right now there'll be $95 billion in spending this year, and in 2023 it'll be $97 billion. There is no explanation offered for how, over a 5-year period, spending stays virtually flat. There's also no explanation for where it appears to me, from reading the charts on page 311, and I could be wrong, we need to dive into this, there may be more explanations, but it looks to me as if there's $20 billion found in savings to pay for some of the new programs that are in this budget, but it's not explained. So there really isn't much budget in the budget. But there are some good things that are going to be funded, and I welcome those good things. Let me mention the good things before I dive into the things that worry me. The most important, I think, to the conscience of the nation is the commitment to fully implement the order of the Human Rights Tribunal in relation to the treatment of First Nations children. This is fundamental, it's important, and it is stated in the budget that it is $1.4 billion in new money. I congratulate the Minister for Indigenous Services, our former Minister of Health, and hope that she has all of our support in the task ahead. She's been very candid in laying out the challenges of providing clean drinking water, making sure every Indigenous person has access to affordable housing, that every Indigenous child has the same access to health care and educational opportunities as non-Indigenous children. This budget goes a long way to make that so. Money alone will not do this. I think we need to see this in a nonpartisan light as fundamental. Another thing I was pleased to see after 2 years of Liberal administration, I'd been disheartened to see our commitment to overseas development assistance falling. At the time, we have a commitment that came to us from our former Prime Minister, Lester B. Pearson, that every country on earth that's a donor country should contribute 0.7% of their GDP, gross domestic product, to overseas development assistance. The closest we ever got to that, by the way, was under former Prime Minister Mulroney. We got to 0.45%. When the new Prime Minister came in 2015, we were at 0.26. We dropped to 0.24. So I'm really pleased to see in this budget the first new money to overseas development assistance, a $2 billion commitment over the next 5 years. Pleased to see changes to reverse some of the damage done by the Conservatives to those recipients of seasonal employment insurance. Many industries are seasonal, and people who have to get employment insurance more than once in their lifetime are not recidivists who need to be punished. They're people who work in the tourism industry or in the forest industry, and we need to revisit that, and I would encourage the government to go farther than they have. And of course, we've seen a substantial commitment to the expansion of biodiversity protection, to nature, some money to the science of studying whales. I hope we're not studying them as they move to extinction, but $1.3 billion over 5 years is certainly something that must be noted, and noted with approval. We've seen improvements in this budget in commitments to actual science. I'll never forget the words of the 2012 budget. Isn't it terrible that I actually remember verbatim the words of Harper's budgets? But in 2012, it was stated that money from the federal government to science must be for projects that are, quote, business-led and industry-friendly. In other words, no such thing as intellectual inquiry and basic fundamental research. So I'm pleased to see that's gone by the board. And most importantly, I'm pleased to see a commitment, no money, and I have to say the Minister of Finance's comments immediately afterwards suggest they don't understand the commitment, but a commitment to pursue pharmacare for Canada. Now, where am I disheartened? And I am fundamentally disheartened by this budget. Well, one thing we had been promised for small business was more clarity around the change in rules. It is true, and credit where credit's due to the Minister of Finance, the most controversial anti-small business provisions were eliminated, but there's still a lot of uncertainty for small business about how income sprinkling will work. It's said to not apply to those in the service sector, but that's not defined. So I would urge the government to consider giving the 1-year delay in implementation so that family businesses can sort this out, because it's not all that clear, and they could be penalized a few years down the road when they're audited. A second area where it's not quite what was promised, in October, there had been a commitment that past savings accumulated by small business and family-held businesses would not be prejudiced by this, that there would not be retroactivity. But when you really look at this, passive investments, if they're not really grandfathered because they can boot that small business out of the small business tax rate and have a really large impact on their effective taxes. So that needs to be revisited. But where I'm really horrified is that in the year 2018, we have a budget with nothing new to address the climate crisis. And in fact, we have some weakening of resolve. We were told initially that there would be a carbon price in place by 2018. The language we now find on page 151 of the budget is the government will review each system, referring to provincial systems, and implement the federal system in whole or in part on January 1st, 2019. Well, this is a very significant commitment, virtually the only one made by Liberals in their election platform, and it's slipping into the distant horizon. I also worry because another commitment made in the platform hasn't been acted on, and that's to eliminate fossil fuel subsidies. We can't keep subsidizing with tax dollars the very thing we're trying to reduce, which is emissions of fossil fuels. But in this budget, again, 2016 I was disappointed, 2017 disappointed, 2018 I'm almost giving up that this new government is capable of looking back to the budget of 2005, which was full of great climate programs. Eco-energy retrofits, very popular, job creators, fight greenhouse gases. We have to have an energy efficiency revolution. I can't find it here. We should be building the east-west electricity grid. It's not mentioned here. We are not seeing the programs to incentivize getting renewable energy for homeowners and small business, nor for energy-efficient vehicles and electric vehicles. I ask this government, look again. You have to do more on climate. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Before we go to questions and comments, I do have to go to order of conformément à l'article 38.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House of the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment.
Ridge, taxation. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands, rail transportation, and the Honourable Member for Vancouver East, immigration, refugees, and citizenship. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate the concerns that the leader of the Green Party brings across and raises consistently in regards to environmental issues. I like to believe that we have a government that has been very sensitive, and not only sensitive, but has also materialized in different ways with respect to the environment, including incorporating it into all three budgets that we have actually presented. But my question is more so in regards to some of the social planning that has taken place. For example, in this budget, we are seeing the Canada Worker Benefit. Now, it's a takeoff of another program, but we are seeing it greatly enhanced, which will in fact allow many of the lower income individuals to receive that much more money back at an end of a fiscal year or for taxation purposes, thereby assisting those individuals that really need that extra assistance in the work environment. So when you take a look at that program, for example, for this budget, or you take a look at the Canada Child Benefit program, or the Guaranteed Income Supplement program, all programs that have really helped put more money in the pockets of individuals that really need that money. And I'm interested in her thoughts on those types of programs.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, let me just say parenthetically that when I speak of the climate crisis, I am not speaking of an environmental issue. The environment is involved, but it's no longer fundamental in the same way that drowning is very rarely described as a water issue. This is a matter of life and death. This is a security threat. We are not dealing with it as a security threat. We're dealing with it as one more thing, a bauble on the tree that we can attend to now and then. And really, in 2018, that may have been acceptable in 1995 or 96. Even in 2005, it was too late for that. So I lament it from the position of someone who is terrified of what will happen if we continue sleepwalking to the precipice of the climate crisis. Now, to the Parliamentary Secretary's points, absolutely. There is much that has been done that improves the status of people who are low income. I like the National Housing Program, although I think it is taking a long time to get roofs over people's heads, but at least the federal government is back in housing and looking at low-income housing. I agree the child benefit is better, but in a gender budget, where is the national program that we had in 2005 for universal child care in Canada?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her excellent speech on the budget, and especially for her concern around climate change, which is something that really I am concerned with every day here in this place. I am very concerned with this government's putting things off year by year into the future, where it will be more of a cost to our children. And I just would like to give her some more time to talk about things like the Eco-Energy Retrofit program that was such a successful program under the previous government that leveraged billions of dollars that the Canadian consumers liked, Canadian homeowners liked, the business, the builders associations liked. Everybody benefited, and the environment benefited as well. And subsidies for electric vehicles. When I talk to representatives from Germany and Norway and Sweden, they can't believe Canada's not doing anything in those regard. And I just wanted to give her some more time to talk about some of the possibilities.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands has 1 minute to respond.
Well, thank you to my friend from South Okanagan Kootenays. Look, the potential, the list of things we can do that stimulate the environment, the economy, while reducing greenhouse gases is very long, and they're proven technologies. The Federation of Canadian Municipalities, through their Partners in Climate Protection program, has a litany of examples of where municipal buildings were built that circulated cold water through the building in summer to advance the needs on air conditioning and reduce electricity costs, but circulated the warm piping through. I mean, there are so many examples of the use of heat pumps, the use of better insulation, saving money while reducing greenhouse gases and creating jobs. That's the true meaning of the economy and the environment go hand in hand. To have an inconsistent statement like I can build more pipelines, but because I'm a good person, therefore the environment and the economy go hand in hand, those kinds of meaningless bromides do violence to the concepts that are well understood, that when you do something that actually reduces greenhouse gases and creates jobs, then the environment and the economy go hand in hand. The environment and the economy are not going hand in hand when you build new fossil fuel infrastructure and incentivize more greenhouse gases at a moment when a moral responsibility should be on all political leadership globally to redouble efforts, because as things stand in Canada, we are nowhere near our Paris targets.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Brandon-Souris.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll be splitting my time with the member from Banff-Airdrie. The easiest thing for a government to do is to spend money. Why? Well, because it's not their money. When a cabinet minister shows up in a community with a speech and an announcement, it's not that they are donating the money out of their own pocket. It's that they have made a political decision to spend taxpayers' money on a particular expenditure. There's nothing nefarious about this practice, except in the case where the government of the day starts spending money it doesn't have, and they have no rationale on why they are downloading that debt onto the next generation. If we're looking for reasons why spending is out of control, I suggest we look at how they waste taxpayers' money on such outrageous items as a giant rubber duck, a temporary skating rink, or on an international trip that had very foggy expected outcomes. I've always said that when you watch the pennies, the dollars will take care of themselves. Politicians need to be reminded on a constant basis that money doesn't grow on trees. It doesn't magically appear out of thin air, and budgets don't balance themselves. The budget has increased spending by 20% in its first 3 years, and there is no evidence that it created any growth in the Canadian economy. Just 2% of additional spending over the 5 years up to 2020 is on genuine efficiency-enhancing infrastructure that would increase productivity. I know the very phrase fiscal responsibility doesn't exactly roll off the tongue or elicit great emotional responses, but I believe it should be the mantra of every member of Parliament. The money that any level of government spends comes from taxing the people who create it through their own blood, sweat, and tears. People do not willingly give their money to the government either. We actually have to pass legislation that mandates it. To put a face on these individuals who provide the government with its funding, we can just walk across the street and look at the individuals working at, say, the Tim Hortons, the shoe shop, the Hallmark store, and the local pub. They literally are in the very shadow of the Parliament buildings, as they are across Canada. Now, when a government isn't collecting enough taxes for its planned spending, it just goes out and borrows it. Or in the Liberals' case, they raise taxes and go out and borrow it. We don't need to go far to see an example of this sort of behavior. It's in the budget we are debating here today. And make no mistake, governments need to collect taxes to pay for the society we want to create. Those tax dollars for our roads, highways, schools, and hospitals, they pay for those. My argument is not that a government shouldn't have the resources to carry out the fiduciary duty of its citizens. It's that the Liberal government has no sense of purpose in running massive deficits. The country is not in a recession. There are no real economic arguments to be spending more than they are bringing in. And worst of all, there is no end in sight. This is a dilemma in which Canadians find themselves. Of course, every government is going to receive way more asks for funding than they could possibly be able to implement. The thorn in every taxpayer's side is this Liberal government's priorities are questionable, and that's being generous with what some of the other phrases could be that are used. Case in point is when convicted terrorists are getting millions of dollar settlements and the Prime Minister has the gall to tell a veteran that he's asking for more than we can provide. or that Canada will be sending millions of dollars overseas to build infrastructure, and yes, even possibly pipelines in Asia. That's why Canadians are rapidly losing faith in this government. And I'm sure it's causing great consternation across the way when they read that Stephen Harper had higher approval ratings at this point in office than the current Prime Minister. The Liberals have money and time for everyone else except for the real challenges we face at home. Now, instead of doing fake consultations or preordained budget requests, I did something that elected representatives should do. Listen to the people they represent. In the middle of some of the coldest days in January, I held 6 public town halls across my constituency. I made sure that everyone and anyone was welcome to come share their priorities on what they wanted to be included in the budget 2018. Over the span of 3 days, we loaded up projector and screen. We traveled hundreds of kilometres to reach people in surrounding areas of Brandon, Verdon, Melita, Pilot Mound, Glenborough and Souris. I represent the southwestern part of Manitoba, Madam Speaker. It is a constituency made up of over 30 communities and where our economy is rooted in agriculture, natural resources and the service industry. We have very unique challenges facing the communities compared to a more urban riding. It was in those town halls that I drew my idea for my budget letter that I sent to the Prime Minister, to the Minister of Finance, There was a constant drumbeat of concern on the overall direction and priorities of this government. There was a sense of disbelief that the government had thrown out the idea of returning to a balanced budget. There were concerns on how much of their tax money is being spent on just paying the interest on the new debt the Liberals are racking up. And it bears repeating that the Liberals immediately broke their promise on running modest deficits. Over 3 years in power, this Liberal government has piled on $60 billion to the national debt. The deficit is $18.1 billion this year, 3 times their own original projections. That's a staggering number. Just this past week, the PBO released a report that said they are also refusing to release the necessary information to account for its borrowing and spending plan. If the PBO can't get the necessary information to produce his reports, then that is very telling as to how MPs in this House must feel regarding how they can have a meaningful debate on the numbers contained in the budget. But what we do know is that according to projections from Finance, the budget will not return to balance until 2045, by then racking up an additional $450 billion of debt. When the economy is growing at 3%, a responsible government would pay down debt so that we have more fiscal room to deploy in case there is a downturn. In 2008, the Conservative government was able to take decisive action to support the Canadian economy during a true recession. What makes this deficit hard to swallow is that the government has done a terrible job of explaining where the money is going. When I look across my constituency, there are no massive new projects to explain how this money is being spent. Even the PBO said the government is failing to account for new infrastructure spending. But what I do hear from my constituents is how the government's policies are eroding their disposable income. There is very little in this budget that will immediately provide any form of tangible tax relief and improve anyone's quality of life. All this budget does is remind us of previously ill-thought-out Liberal decisions, like hiking Canada Pension Plan premiums on employees and employers, or hiking employment insurance premiums that will hurt small business owners and do nothing to create a better economic environment that will create private sector jobs. What I was looking for in Budget 2018 was a plan that actually improved the economic position of not only the constituents I represent, but for the country as a whole. I was looking for timely and meaningful tax relief for those who need it. The mere fact that their middle tax cut doesn't provide a nickel, middle income, pardon me, Madam Speaker, the mere fact that their middle income tax cut doesn't provide a nickel of relief to those making less than $44,000 is indicative of the priorities of this government. I was looking for ways the government would immediately improve the quality of life for seniors and students in my constituency, such as my ideas to immediately prioritize seniors' co-op housing and make it easier for students to get loans. In closing, Madam Speaker, the government's budget falls short of providing solutions to many of the challenges my constituents are facing. It does not set Canada on the right course, nor has it any substance that would justify their tax and spend ways. I would ask the government members opposite to listen to our ideas and concerns. They need to go back to the drawing board and return with a budget that contains some form of reasoning for breaking their promise of running even modest deficits.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of, pardon me? For the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I listened to the comments of my colleague opposite. I appreciate his thoughts on the budget. But a couple of points of concern. The first, I would ask him to reconcile his comments on the deficit with the fact that the previous Conservative government, the previous Harper government, ran a total of $150 billion in debt over the period that they were there, completely erasing the debt that was paid down during the Martin era, and that they had run the largest deficit in Canadian history. They ran deficits 6 years in a row, and during that same period of time had absolutely anemic growth, the worst growth that the country had seen in a generation, running at near 0%, at the back of the pack of the G7. And he contrasts that with where we are today, where we had campaigned on utilizing deficits to drive growth and job creation and wealth for the middle class, where we have now moved to the top of the pack of the G8 nations in terms of job creation and in terms of growth, where we have left behind that period of anemic dead growth and are now driving forward with an economy that's working, creating more than 600,000 jobs. How can he reconcile his comments, his comments against a deficit when his party, frankly, reigned supreme in the creation of deficits in their tenure on this side of the House?
A member for Brandon Souris.
Well, thank you for my colleague for that question. And Madam Speaker, that's probably the question that if I had to write one that I would want to answer, I would write it and give it to them. Madam Speaker, the government, my honourable colleague across the way, has failed to realize that, as I said in my speech, we govern in a true recession. And we had a plan, and Stephen Harper did return the country to a balanced budget in 6 years instead of 7, which was his plan to do. They were left with a surplus. They say they've created 600,000 jobs. We created 1.2 million full-time jobs in the middle of the worst recession we've seen since at least the 30s, if not even more than that, Mr. Speaker. We left them with the best GDP ratio of the G7. We left them with a balanced budget. And, Madam Speaker, it's the height of hypocrisy. And I know there were deficits run, but there was $150 billion, as he pointed out, spent and invested in Canadian jobs by the Harper government during that recession. But the point of my speech, Madam Speaker, was there is no recession now. There was no plan by the Liberal government to do what they're doing today, and there was under the Conservative government, and we returned to balanced budgets and left Canada in very strong position, and the Liberals have wasted it.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments. We actually sit on the Immigration and Citizenship Refugee Committee together, and we learned this week at committee from the government officials that, in fact, the IRB, while they got some money from this budget, it is not nearly sufficient to deal with the increase in cases. Currently, there are 40,000 cases in the backlog. The amount of dollars from this budget will only process about 18,000 cases, is not even half of the cases that are in the backlog. And at a time where we're seeing the new applications coming in at the rate of 2,100 cases per month. I wonder what the members' thoughts are around that with respect to this urgent issue for the IRB. If we don't ensure that the IRB is functioning well and is resourced to do its work, that it puts at risk our entire, the integrity of our entire immigration system. So I'd like the member to comment on that, please.
The member has 1 minute to respond. The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
I do want to thank my honourable colleague from British Columbia for the question, and I have enjoyed the work immensely sitting on the Immigration Committee with her. This is an area of great concern for all of us in Canada as we see greater numbers of need of refugees coming into our country and of immigrants coming in for sure. And for the government to, as I said in my speech, they just don't seem to get the prioritization of dealing with the dollars that they have in the budget at their disposal. They continue to say that they've got lots of money for infrastructure, lots of money for immigration, but where is it, Madam Speaker? It must be hidden someplace because they continue to shirk their responsibilities in getting infrastructure development going, and they continue to leave a shortfall in regards to the requirements of our immigration process, even though in opposition, both she and I have had the opportunity of putting forward ideas in recommendations in reports that have been done by the Immigration Committee that the government hasn't acted on yet that would improve the situation. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Banff Airdrie.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I'm rising today to speak about the federal budget and what a complete and utter disaster it is for Canadians. Now, if a Canadian family ran their household budget the way that this Liberal government runs our country's finances, they would be in an absolute serious trouble. Of course, that's not something that's new or surprising to most Canadians. The only person that doesn't seem to get that is the Prime Minister. It kind of reminds me of this cartoon that I keep on my desk. Someone sent me one time, and it was, during the days before the last election, and it had a picture of the former Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, and it had behind him, a nicely built home, and it talked about his home renovation tax credit that he put in place. And then it had a picture of the member for Outremont, when he was leader of his party at the time, and something in relation to, well, then maybe he wouldn't have to put a fourth mortgage on his house because of this home renovation tax credit. And then it showed the Prime Minister, current Prime Minister, standing at that time in front of a house that was kind of in ruins and in shambles. There was kind of smoke coming out of it and it was all falling in. And he said, the house will build itself. Just like he famously said that the budget would balance itself. Well, we saw how well that worked, and obviously that cartoon was a good illustration of that. Now, this is the same Liberal government, remember, Madam Speaker, that promised to balance budgets by 2019. They had a balanced budget when they started, went into a huge deficit. They said they would, a small deficit, but it turned out to be a lot more than small. And they said they would get back to the balanced budgets they were left with by 2019. But there's no plan, obviously, that we saw in place at all to do that. And in this most recent plan, the Liberals' so-called budget offers absolutely no tax relief for Canadians, and it piles on debt for future generations, and attacks the backbone of the Canadian economy, small businesses. And the best way, I think, and I've heard it summarized, certainly by the Leader of the Opposition, this budget, which is simply saying that never has a Prime Minister spent so much and accomplished so little. And it really says it quite well. More and more Canadians are seeing through these empty promises of this Prime Minister and his government. And here's the facts. 92% of Canadian families are facing higher taxes than when this government came to power. 92%. Middle-income families have seen their average income taxes go up by $840. Now, $840, Madam Speaker, it might not sound like a lot to the millionaire Prime Minister, but it means a lot. It's a huge difference for the household budgets of a lot of Canadian families. That might be a month's worth of groceries for a family of four, a couple of payments on the car, or maybe it's an opportunity lost for ballet or sports lessons for the kids, or maybe a plane ticket to be able to go visit Grandma and Grandpa. That's what it means for an average Canadian family. It's significant. And this government's claimed to be all about helping the middle class, but actions speak louder than words, Madam Speaker. And here's some of the action that this Liberal government has taken since coming to office. Higher Canada Pension Plan premiums, up to $2,200 per household. Cancelled family tax cut, up to about $2,000 a household. Cancelled art and fitness tax credits, about $225 a child. Cancelled education and textbook tax credits, up to $560 a student. And a national carbon tax, up to $2,500 per household. Start to add that up. Now, they've taken more money from the wallets of Canadians while implementing measures like a carbon tax that's made the price of everything go up. Groceries are more expensive, heating your home is more expensive, and filling up your car is more expensive. So in what way, in what convoluted way would a Liberal see that as somehow relief for Canadian taxpayers? I can't imagine. Now, the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister inherited a surplus. They inherited a surging global economy and a beginning of a recovery of oil prices. So things should be running quite smoothly, and Canadians should be benefiting from the situation. But of course, they've blown it. They've absolutely blown it, Madam Speaker. The government can try to take credit for growth in our economy, but the reality is the growth was driven by an economic recovery. And that happened not because of that government, but in spite of it, Madam Speaker. Now, the sensible thing to do when our economy is growing at a rapid pace would have been to pay down debt. That's the approach that was taken by the former government, to ensure that there is more room to be able to maneuver in the case of a global downturn. And as we saw in 2008, Canada is certainly not immune to these global patterns. And that brings me to my second point, Madam Speaker. The Liberals have continued to add to our debt and to pile on to our future generations debt that they cannot possibly hope to repay. Of course, the current government will be long out of power by that time, Madam Speaker, so it will be up to another generation to fix the problems that are left behind by this irresponsible administration. In the less than 3 years since coming to power, Madam Speaker, this government has added $60 billion to our national debt. That's over $1,600 for every single Canadian. Even projections from their own finance department are bleak. That's that the budget will not return to balance until 2045 if we were to remain on this course. And that would mean an addition of an extra $450 billion in debt. Almost $500 billion, Madam Speaker. That's a number that most Canadians can't even comprehend. And that is what this government is going to add to their debt and to saddle that legacy onto future generations. This is a government that just continues to live beyond its means. Now, what happens when there's a serious economic downturn? What happens then? By adding more debt to our finances, the Liberal government is selling out our chances at a speedy recovery, should anything happen to the economy. And make no mistake, there are signs of trouble just over the horizon. The Liberal government certainly has no contingency should the United States terminate NAFTA, for example. The budget also contained no policies that make Canada open for business or that allow our businesses to be able to compete. Our neighbours to the south recently announced sweeping new tax reforms that help businesses and help Americans. And in response, what's this government done? Well, Madam Speaker, absolutely nothing. So why has this Liberal government added $60 billion to our debt, you might ask? Well, that's the question that many are asking. As everyday Canadians are seeing none of this money going towards helping them, this government's economic policies include spending $35 billion on a new infrastructure bank that helps wealthy investors, but not everyday Canadians. $1 billion on superclusters that help big corporations, but not Canadians who are struggling to find employment. And the amount of debt that this government is accumulating is absolutely staggering. And it'll be a major, major impediment for future generations. It's simply irresponsible and unacceptable, Madam Speaker. Now, meanwhile, the government also continues to attack our job creators, the people who are the backbone of the Canadian economy, our small businesses. Remember last fall when the Liberals decided that they were going to tax small businesses at a rate of about 73%? Well, I certainly remember it, Madam Speaker, because I received thousands of emails, phone calls, and letters from concerned businesses and employees in our communities. And I can assure you there's no doubt that those members over there received those same kinds of emails and letters. And I think they heard the message to some degree because they slowly kind of at least partially sort of backed away from those controversial plans. But it took a huge outrage from Canadians to do it. Only a minute? Wow, I'm just getting started. Because, there's never going to be an end in terms of this attack on the small businesses. The proposals the finance minister made, thousands of local businesses will no longer qualify for the small business tax rate, or they'll see it reduced. Many of our communities, we rely very heavily on small businesses to provide jobs, to provide opportunities, to sponsor charities, sponsor sports teams, and to make our economy thrive. And so all those businesses, they're concerned about the future as a result of the actions of this government. And they've even gone so far as to try and tell some businesses that they're too small to be a small business when they went after campground owners. Can you believe that? Too small to be a small business? How does that make any sense? But that's the kind of actions of this government. And I see you're telling me to wrap it up, so I'll just kind of conclude with this, Madam Speaker, that Liberals are continuing to ask Canadian families and Canadian small businesses to pay more for their out-of-control spending, and that is simply not acceptable.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Well, Madam Speaker, that speech was delivered with so little passion, I have to conclude that the member didn't even believe it himself. But let me just fact-check a couple of things. First thing we did was lower taxes for the middle class, hundreds of dollars a year. Then we made sure 9 out of 10 Canadian families got an extra bonus through the Canada Child Benefit. Then we brought in the Canada Worker Benefit, Madam Speaker, that gets Canadians over that welfare wall and into the workforce, providing better incentives for people to get off social assistance and into the productive workforce. He talks about governments being unprepared. How about the unpreparedness of the Harper government? $150 billion in deficit spending and presiding over a worldwide crash in resource prices for which they were woefully unprepared and for which that member's constituents walked the unemployment lines because their government was ill-equipped to deal with a crash in resource prices in Alberta and throughout Western Canada. What does the member have to say about that?
The Honourable Member for Banff-Airdrie.
Let me tell you, it's time for school to come in a little bit because we got some explaining to do and some lessons to give here. This is a member that stands up and tries to somehow claim that they've cut taxes for the middle class. Did he listen to the speech at all? No, he didn't. Because I don't think he did. Listen to the analysis. Listen to the analysis. 92% of Canadian families are paying more taxes than when this government took office. And what have they got to show for it? Not a whole heck of a lot, Madam Speaker. Now, he talks about being ill-prepared. Well, that's exactly, I don't think he listened to the speech because that's exactly what I was talking about. When we were in power, when Harper government was in place, in the first couple of years of the government, before there was a huge global recession, what was the government doing? It was paying down the debt so that they could be in a situation where if something was to ever happen, they would be better prepared to handle it. And so what happened? It happened. We had a huge global recession. So what did the government do? Well, it invested into trying to create jobs and opportunities. It did that. Now, I remember the other side. They were over there in the corner at that time, which is where they belong, and they were claiming that they wanted to see more money being spent. Now they're saying, gee, it was too much. Well, at the end of the day, we can clearly see where they really believe, because here they are, in good times, wasting money like it's going out of style. They're just tossing it out the window, Madam Speaker. What happens when we had another recession? We're going to be in huge trouble in this country because of this government.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Speaker, I want to thank my friend from Banff-Airdrie for his speech. And as the co-critic for tourism, I'm the critic for the NDPs, the critic for the Conservative Party. We've had a chance to sit on many panels and talk lots about tourism. And we know tourism is being talked about this week. We lost the last male northern white rhino in Kenya, and certainly we heard from our colleague today, from Port Moody, Coquitlam, about the fact that there's only 76 southern resident killer whales, and I know in his riding, the woodland caribou are at risk, and this is an important time in our history. We need to do more to protect our species and protect our environment. The government's talked about their ocean protection plan, when we need our salmon healthy, and we haven't seen that happen, and maybe he could speak to where the government has failed to protect species at risk.
Answer from the member from Banff Airdrie.
Sure. Well, I mean, I guess since I only have a brief moment, there's two things I want to just quickly do, Madam Speaker. And the first one is to thank him for his question and to tell him that, yeah, it's just certainly one more area that this Liberal government fails in, just like everything else that they've tried to do. And he also touched on tourism. And I just wanted to, it was an opportunity I didn't get to talk about our, some of our small business owners, our campground owners in this country that this government is attacking and saying they're too small to be a small business. Well, that's absolutely shameful, and that's the kind of attitude we see from this government, and it's the kind of attitude that has to stop.
Thank you. It being 5:15, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forth with every question necessary to dispose of the Ways and Means motion number 19. Monsieur Morneau, appuyé par
Mr. Morneau, seconded by Mr. Bryson, moves that the government's budgetary policy be approved. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Motion will please say yea. Yay! All those opposed will please say nay. Nay. Call in the members. À mon avis, les yeas.
In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call in the members.
La question est...
The question is as follows.
Mr. Morneau, appuyé par Mr.
Mr. Morneau, seconded by Mr. Bryson, moved that the House approve in general the budgetary policy of the government. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentin-la-Petite-Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentin-la-Petite-Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey, Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey, Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Kuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Scarpelagia.
Mr. Scarpelagia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Vertanzi.
Ms. Vertanzi.
Monsieur Shifte.
Mr. Shifte.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Monsieur Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest des Sarres.
Monsieur Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest des Sarres.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur
Mrs.
Poisson.
Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anna de Sangari.
Mr. Anna de Sangari.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. de Bruzen.
Ms. de Bruzen.
Ms. DeMoth.
Ms. DeMoth.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Monsieur Edcouri.
Monsieur Elcouri.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Elson.
Mr. Ellison.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Monsieur Graham.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yakino.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Le Métis, Matin, Metpedia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matin, Metpedia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Park Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Rabillard.
Monsieur Rabillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Hoda.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Serre.
Monsieur Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mishimatsky, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar. Mishimatsky, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Et tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion voient bien.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Polius.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Detel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McCollum.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Nader.
Mr.
Mr.
Nader.
Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr.
Mr.
Sweet.
Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Monsieur Lozon, Stormontunda, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lozon, Stormontunda, South Glengarry.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kestern.
Mr. Van Kestern.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk. Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk. Battleford's Lord Minster.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Monsieur Boudris.
Monsieur Boudris.
Madame Navardière.
Madame Navardière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Martial.
Monsieur Martial.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Yeas pour 165, 165. Nays contre 131, 131.
Declare the motion adopté.
I declare the motion carried.
House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-364 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Monsieur Boudria.
Mr. Boutria, seconded by Mr. Sainte-Marie, moved that Bill C-364, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act, and to make a consequential amendment to another act, political financing, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Martial.
Monsieur Martial.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row at my left.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Tourelle.
Madame Tourelle.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Troisième rangée.
Third row at my left.
Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Deuxième rangée à ma gauche.
Second row at my left.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Boulevard.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
À ma gauche.
Monsieur Mouncar.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Rousseau.
Madame Rousseau.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Ceux à ma droite.
All those at my right who support the motion will please rise. Fifth row at my right.
Quatrième rangée à ma droite.
Fourth row at my right.
Smith.
Troisième rangée à
Third row at my right.
deuxième.
Second row.
Premier.
First row at my right.
Tous ceux à ma gauche.
All those at my left who oppose the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Rhoda.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Yip.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lozon Stormontenda, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lozon Stormontenda, South Glengarry.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kestern.
Mr. Van Kestern.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Altier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hebert.
Monsieur Hebert.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Laws.
Mr. Laws.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Quatrième rangée à ma gauche.
Third row.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
À gauche.
Second row at my left.
Era.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Monsieur Police.
Monsieur Police.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Detel.
Monsieur Detel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abouteif.
Mr. Elboutieff.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladu.
Ms. Gladu.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Rangée à ma gauche.
First row at my left.
And
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kent.
Mr.
Mr.
Kent.
Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson,
Mrs.
Caribou.
Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Tous ceux à ma droite qui s'opposent.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame
Mr.
Lapointe.
Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matin, Matspédia.
Monsieur Massé, avenue La Matisse, Matin, Metapedia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Rabillard.
Monsieur Rabillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Hoda.
Mr. Hoda.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Sede.
Mr. Sede.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Seacamp.
Mr. Seacamp.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Amadouat.
Fourth row at my right.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Rossio.
Mr. Bassio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. DeBruzen.
Ms. DeBruzen.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Monsieur Edqui.
Monsieur Coury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Troisième rangée à ma
Third row at my right.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Monsieur Schiefke.
Monsieur Schiefke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sœurs.
Monsieur Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Duboul.
Monsieur Duboul.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anna de Sangari.
Mr. Anna de Sangari.
J'ai à ma droite.
Mr. Null.
Second row at my right.
Monsieur Lozon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lozon, Argenteuil, La Petite
Mrs.
Nation.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Lemedi.
Monsieur Lemedi.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Kuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Et rangé à ma droite.
First row at my right.
Mr. Sargent.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Godel.
Mr. Godel.
Madame Jolie.
Madame Jolie.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Yeas pour 48, 48, nays contre 250, 250.
I declare the motion defeated.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion to concur in the 9th report of the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development concerning the recommendation not to proceed further with Bill C-323. The question is as follows: that the 9th report of the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development recommendation not to proceed further with Bill C-323, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, Rehabilitation of Historic Property, presented on Thursday, November 30, 2017, be concurred in. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Lemedi.
Monsieur Lemedi.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Kuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims. Mr. Fonzie. Mr. Fonzie.
Mr. Schiefke.
Monsieur Schiefke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, Le Sud-Ouest et des Sarres.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, Les Sud-Ouest et des Sarres.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolito.
Mr. Pescasolito.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Duboul.
Monsieur Duboul.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anna de Sangri.
Mr. Anand de Sangri.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. de Bruzen.
Mr. Bruzen.
Ms. Demoff.
Ms. Demoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Monsieur Edcouri.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Elfson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Monsieur Graham.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yakino.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé. Avignon, La Métis, Matin, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matin, Matapédia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Park Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Park Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Wallet.
Monsieur Wallet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Rabillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Surratt.
Mr. Surratt.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Serret.
Mr. Serret.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Mastery, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sabera.
Mr. Sabera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengler.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenberg.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Ibad.
Monsieur Ibad.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Shearer.
Mr. Scheer.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richard.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strong.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Miss Harder.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abluteyev.
Mr. Abluteyev.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladu.
Ms. Gladu.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr.
Mrs.
Anderson.
Wagentall.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Trost.
Mr.
Mrs.
Trost.
Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr.
Monsieur
Stanton.
Lauzon, Stormont-Dundell, South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont-Dundell, South Glengarry.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk. Battleford Lloyd Minster.
Mrs. Falk. Battleford Lloyd Minster.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin
Ms.
Sweet.
Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Monsieur Bouloris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms.
Monsieur,
Kwan.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur
Monsieur
Dubé.
Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Les Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Yeas pour 163, 163. Nays contre 134, 134.
I declare the motion carried. Accordingly, pursuant to Standing Order 97.12D, the proceedings on the bill shall come to an end. La Chambre procédera maintenant.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-375 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Mr. Johari, seconded by Ms. Khalid, moved that Bill C-375, an act to amend the Criminal Code pre-sentence report, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Johari.
Monsieur.
Fifth row.
Mrs. Jordan.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Lamatis, Matin, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Lamatis, Matin, Metapedia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Park Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Rabillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Senga.
Mr. Senga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Seri.
Monsieur Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sea-Doo, Mission Matsui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sea-Doo, Mission Mascot, Fraser Canyon.
Sea-Doo, Brampton South.
Miss Sea-Doo, Brampton South.
Mr. Seacamp.
Mr. Seacamp.
Mr. Sorbert.
Mr. Sorbert.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Monsieur.
Fourth row at my right.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. DeBruzen.
Mr. DeBruzen.
DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Monsieur Edcoudi.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Elfson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Monsieur Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Troisième rangée.
Third row at my right.
Tanzi.
Mr. Tanzi.
Monsieur Chiefcake.
Monsieur Chiefcake.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sœurs.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Duboul.
Mr. Duboul.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anna de Sangary.
Mr. Anna de Sangary.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row at my right.
Ms. Crow.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, la Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, la Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monset.
Ms. Monset.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Caesar Chauvin.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Lemedy.
Monsieur Lemedy.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Kuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Bien rangé à ma droite.
First row to my right.
Again.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Jolie.
Madame
Ms.
Jolie.
Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Tous ceux à ma gauche qui ont pris la motion.
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Tweddell. Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Troisième.
Third third row at my left.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr.
Ms.
Stewart.
Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Mr. Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Deuxième rang.
Second row at my left.
Mr. Tam.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Monsieur Mitca.
First row at my left.
Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Rousseau.
Madame Rousseau.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Tous Amadou.
All those at my right opposed the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row at my right.
Troisième rangée.
Third row at my right.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row at my right.
Premier rangée.
First row at my right.
Tous à ma gauche.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row at my left.
Mr. Stanton.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont South Glengarry.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs.
Mr.
Cousy.
Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's North Lloydminster.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Clark.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Troisième rangée.
Third row at my left.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Second row.
Deuxième rangée à gauche.
Second row, my left.
Mr. Alvis.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Polis.
Mr. Polis.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Bertod.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Deted.
Mr. Deted.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abu Tayyaf.
Mr. Abuteyev.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladu.
Ms. Glad.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Premier rangée à ma gauche.
First row at my left.
And
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shears.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod Camels Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod Camels Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Yeas pour 213, 213, nays contre 85, 85.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
Conséquence, ce projet.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-373 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Mr. Ailson, seconded by Mr. Fergus, moved that Bill C-373, an act respecting a federal framework on distracted driving, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Ailson.
Fifth row at my right. Fifth row at my right.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Fourth row at my right.
Ms. DeBruzen.
Ms. DeBruzen.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Monsieur Diorio.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr.
Third row at my right. Second row at my right.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
First row at my right. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Monsieur Lauzon. Stormont South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont South Glengarry.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kestern.
Mr. Van Kestern.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
And Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Laub.
Mr. Laub.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Ramsey.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Row at my left.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Madame Boucher.
Madame Boucher.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Nantes.
Monsieur Nantes.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Second row at my left.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Monsieur Police.
Monsieur Police.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Deadted.
Monsieur Deadted.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abuteyev.
Mr. Albuteyev.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Monsieur Bauderis.
Monsieur Bauderis.
Madame Navardière.
Madame Navardière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Row at my left.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Monsieur Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Monsieur Muncard.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Ashton.
Miss Ashton.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
Mr. Massey Windsor West.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Monsieur Yakino.
Monsieur Yakano.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Return to Mr. Levitt.
Back to Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massey Avignon Lamatis Matin Matapédia.
Monsieur Massey Avignon Lamatis Matin Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Senga.
Mr. Senga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Sede.
Monsieur Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mishimatsky Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar Missionaski Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengler.
My right.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Monsieur Elkouri.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Return to Mr. Fisher.
Back to Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchins.
At my right.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Mr. Barani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Monsieur Miller Ville-Marie Le Sud-Ouest et Dessart.
Monsieur Miller le Sud-Ouest et des Sarres.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anna de Sangre.
Mr. Anand Desangri.
At my right.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scroll.
Monsieur Lozon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lozon, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monson.
Ms. Monson.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Lemedy.
Monsieur Lemedy.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Kuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
At my right.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Ms. Petitpas Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Jolie.
Madame Jolie.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur
Ms.
Leblanc.
Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Boudriard.
Monsieur Boudriard.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Martial.
Monsieur Martial.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelot Duval.
Monsieur Barcelot
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Ms. May.
Fourth row at
Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Sandwich Gulf
row at
Islands.
my left.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Third row at my left.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vanderbilt.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Second row at my left.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Monsieur Van Damme.
Monsieur
First
Van Damme.
row at my left. I'm afraid I have to ask the member for Saanich Gulf Islands which way she needed to vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I voted yay, and I realized that there was confusion at the end. I apologize.
sorry, I'm going to have to ask the member again to be a little more clear with its yay or nay.
Oui, s'il vous plaît, oui.
Okay.
136, 136. Nays compte 160, 160.
I declare the motion. Comme il est 6 heures.
It being 6 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, debating at report stage of Bill C-344, an act to amend the Department of Public Works and Government Services Act, Community Benefit, in the name of Mr. Sanga.
There being no motions? There being no motions at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage. Mr. Sanga, Brampton Centre, seconded by Mr. Sanson, moves that Bill C-344, an act to amend the Department of Public Works and Government Services Act, Community Benefit, be concurred with at report stage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour, please say yay. All those opposed, please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Are you standing or are you just moving out? We have the okay. We have the. We're standing. Okay. What do we? Mouse. Okay. Conformément à l'article 98.
Pursuant to Standing Order 98, the Recorded Division stands deferred until Wednesday, 28th of March, immediately before the time provided for private members' business.
Right to the lecture. OK, c'est bon. À ce moment-ci, conformément à la...
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been moved and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Several months ago, we had I asked a question in the House regarding the disability tax credit and the repeated assertion that the Minister of National Revenue had claimed that nothing had changed, even as hundreds, actually perhaps thousands of disabled Canadians were denied the disability tax credit. And the answer that we had that day was wholly unsatisfactory and in defiance of what was obvious evidence that there had indeed been a substantial change made to policy that had resulted in the denial of the credit from many Canadians that applied. And we know subsequently to that in December, they had in fact announced that they had reversed and reverted to the policy that had been in place before May 2nd, and which later was confirmation, of course, that in fact there had been an enormous change in that policy. And it raises many questions of concern about a number of things at the CRA, namely the extent of ministerial control and oversight that a minister could rise in this House day after day, question after question, and claim that nothing had changed when in fact obviously something had changed. And we've seen a troubling series of events with this department and this agency, and questions about the minister's ability to oversee her department. We have witnessed things like a folio change that announced that they would begin to tax the benefits of employee and retail employees, something that the minister then seemed to be unaware of, and then as soon as the political storm that arose from media coverage of this event, there was a quick reversal and backpedal on this on that particular piece. We've seen more recently other examples of serious problems at the agency that the minister has just been unable to answer, and so we remain concerned about the conduct of the agency in a number of areas, be it from the call center where calls are not answered or incorrect information is given when if a person should happen to get through to the agency. That's troubling to many Canadians. We've heard other stories of a variety of different vulnerable Canadians that have seemed to have been targeted by the agency, be it single parents, be it the parents of other disabled Canadians besides diabetics, that would include those suffering from autism, the families of those suffering from autism. So not much has changed since that question several months ago. We remain concerned, and many Canadians are concerned about the minister's ability to oversee her agency. We see wait times for people that have applied for the credit are exceedingly long. We had a committee back in the fall. There was testimony that said it was taking up to 40 weeks to get an answer on the disability tax credit. We've asked questions on the order paper about this and still are not getting the answers that we need, and many of these questions remain still unanswered.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to rise here and clear up any misunderstanding about the disability tax credit. Let me be absolutely clear, there have been no changes to the eligibility criteria for the disability tax credit related to diabetes. Unlike my colleagues on the other side, our government is committed to ensuring that Canadians with disabilities not only receive the credits and benefits to which they are entitled, but are also able to advise the CRA on how best to serve them. That's exactly why the Minister of National Revenue has reinstated the Disability Advisory Committee, which the previous government abolished in 2006. After more than 10 years without a voice, Canadians with disabilities, stakeholders, and experts are finally able to formally engage with the CRA and provide insight on how to best ensure that they receive the benefits to which they are entitled. Mr. Speaker, contrary to my colleagues' misleading assertions, the CRA's processing times for the disability tax credit are currently stable, with an average processing time of 6 to 8 weeks over the last few months. Cases are processed on a case-by-case basis, and timeframes can vary depending on the complexity of the application. In addition to hearing directly from Canadians with diabetes, our government has taken concrete steps to make it easier for Canadians to apply for the disability tax credit. Budget 2017 allowed nurse practitioners to certify the medical information and the effects of their impairment on the application form, making the application process much easier and more accessible. I'm glad to report that over 80% of applications received by the CRA are approved, allowing more than 700,000 Canadians to claim the disability tax credit on their annual tax return. Lastly, our government is committed to ensuring that not only Canadians with disabilities, but that all Canadians receive the benefits and credits to which they are entitled. That is why the CRA is working hard to better serve Canadians. For example, the new File My Return service enables eligible Canadians, particularly those with a lower fixed income, to file their returns by answering a few questions over the phone. This year, the paper tax filers were mailed their T1 forms directly, and the CRA and Service Canada are working closely together to ensure Indigenous communities across Canada receive the benefits to which they are entitled. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to respond to my colleagues' questions.
For Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Well, Mr. Speaker, tonight we've just heard a recitation of a number of consistent, at least, talking points that have come up over the last number of months with this issue. But what was missing is just a simple apology. Everybody knows they spent 6 months denying the disability tax credit to type 1 diabetics and other disabled and vulnerable Canadians. This has been well established. The Minister, the Parliamentary Secretary tonight is now assuring us that we're back up to the 80% approval rate that existed before they changed the form in May of 2017. So I think that to the disabled community, a simple apology would have been more appropriate.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, let me be unequivocal. Our government is committed to ensuring that Canadians with disabilities receive the credits and benefits to which they are entitled. Canada is at its best, and all of society benefits when everyone is included. That is why our government is committed to ensuring greater accessibility and opportunities for Canadians with disabilities in their communities and in their workplaces. Mr. Speaker, more Canadians were approved for this important credit last year than ever before. That is good news, and we will work to see that trend continue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to be able to pursue a question that I originally asked in this place on November 8th of last year. I prefaced my question by talking about a quite remarkable program in my riding. Local public high school, Claremont High School, raises money every year, and it's called Rails to Relevance. Kids from Saanich Gulf Islands, Claremont High School, get on a train in Vancouver. They make their way to Ottawa. They also tour Montreal, Quebec City. But the extraordinary learning experience of being on the train is irreplaceable. I actually ride with them as often as I can and give them a discussion about Westminster parliamentary democracy and the nature of Canada's democracy on board the train. It's a quite extraordinary experience, and one far too few Canadians have, of traveling this country by rail. The Minister of Transportation gave a very good answer that day. He said he was very committed to passenger rail service. So one might ask why I'm up at adjournment proceedings and still concerned. I'm concerned because I'm not sure the management of Via Rail understands the importance of passenger rail service across Canada. And I know that the data collection about the people who use Via Rail is often misleading. I can give an example of this. There's generally been a trend towards treating the transcontinental portions of Via. Now, I know the Quebec-Windsor corridor, particularly since this government came to office, has had more money, and the schedules have been improved in that Windsor to Quebec corridor. But there is service for Canadians from Montreal to Halifax in what's called the Ocean line, and from Toronto to Vancouver in the Canadian. And the impression one would get from the way that service is run is that it is essentially a high-end land-based cruise, and that it's for tourists. The data collected by Via Rail, when I last spoke to them about it, would have suggested that was the case. And it isn't unless you visit the economy sections of the train where you find local transit. You see families, because while it's cheaper to fly from Toronto to Vancouver than take the train, if you have small children and you're traveling from Edmonton to Winnipeg, it's definitely not cheaper to fly. Via Rail has discounts for seniors, discounts for children. And if you want a cheaper way to travel, you're better off in the economy section of the train and bringing your own food. This is unfortunate. In the old days, Via Rail would allow someone from economy to go forward and buy in the dining car. We've created a high-end luxury travel experience, and if that's how it's perceived, then its service for passenger rail will be at risk. The report prepared by, it was commissioned under the previous government and prepared under former Minister Emerson's guidance, basically said that all support for passenger rail from Toronto West and Montreal East should be eliminated. And what I'm pleading for is management at Via Rail, with the leadership of this government, to recognize that we need a legislative framework for Via Rail, just as the U.S. has for Amtrak. I have a private member's bill to that effect. And that we need to fund Via Rail and conceive of it as part of a national transportation system in the context of a post-carbon economy. We need to do much more to modernize rail. Where I live in Saanich Gulf Islands, we used to have a Victoria to Courtenay daily railroad, the Corridor Island Rail Service. It needs funding. Where I used to live in Cape Breton Island, we used to have service from Halifax to Sydney. We used to have daily service a couple of times a day from Halifax to Yarmouth or Halifax to Wolfville. There are many rail lines across this country that are still in place and could provide low-cost, low-carbon, efficient, modern passenger service.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
I'd like to thank the Honourable Member from Saanich Gulf Island for her question and for her advocacy. Let me start by reassuring her that the government is and has always been committed to passenger rail services, as we recognize the value and historic importance of such services to the Canadian public. Canada's iconic coast-to-coast rail system highlights the connectivity and the unity of our country, while our intercity passenger rail also addresses many key mobility needs of Canadians. It does this by providing accessible transportation options for persons with disabilities and connecting communities with little or no alternative year-round public transportation. Moreover, the passenger rail is often acknowledged as fuel efficient, as a fuel-efficient means of transportation, thereby helping us lessen our carbon footprint on the environment. On this, we definitely agree. The Minister's mandate is to ensure that the Canadian transportation system supports our economic growth while providing a service that is safe, reliable, environmentally responsible, and enhances the passenger's experience. That is why we have launched the Transportation 2030 strategy, setting the path forward for Canada's transportation system. Within the strategy, we are committed to investing in innovative and green transportation that will allow Canadians to move freely and efficiently. Currently, our government is considering options to enhance and modernize national passenger rail services to better meet the transportation needs of Canadians. In Budget 2016, we allocated $45 million to various Via Rail projects, including $7.7 million to support technical studies on the renewal of its fleet and for safety upgrades, as well as $3.3 million over 3 years to support an in-depth assessment of Via Rail's high-frequency rail proposal. After considering the results of this assessment, we have decided to undertake the additional foundational work required to advance any project of this scale, with $8 million of funding announced in Budget 2018. Furthermore, we were pleased to announce this Monday funding for Via Rail's fleet renewal. Via will launch its procurement process in spring of 2018 to replace Via's coaches and locomotives in the Windsor, Quebec City corridor. New trains will improve reliability, enhance accessibility for passengers with disabilities, and reduce smog and cancer-causing emissions. We are proud of the investing in passenger rail to make travel more accessible and efficient for all Canadians. It will support economic growth and job creation and promote a sustainable environment for generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Speaker, and I'm very grateful to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for such a positive response. Let me just mention one of the other big concerns, and it's structural. This will take real leadership. Since the creation of Via Rail in the 1970s, the tracks that were created for both passenger and freight were consigned to freight, and then over time, by 1994, CN became a privatized corporation, and the tracks, whether CN, CP, or other private companies, are leased back to Via Rail. This impedes Via's ability to provide on-time performance because the trains are always sidelined for freight. I'm very concerned about these twin threats. We've got grain piling up in the prairies that can't get to Vancouver, and we've got passengers sitting on the sideline hoping a freight train might pass. Ultimately, we need to have a national rail service that serves passengers and freight, and I know it's a tall order, but I'm hoping the Parliamentary Secretary can do it.
Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague and reassure that the government does recognize the importance of intercity passenger rail services, and we will continue to support it. The Minister of Transport is responsible for making sure that the mobility needs of Canadians are met. Access to a safe, reliable, and efficient transportation network promotes economic growth and strengthens our middle class. Likewise, a mobile Canada means a more prosperous nation, and that's why in our strategic plan, Transportation 2030, we have given the traveller such a high priority. Notably, our strategy is aimed at providing more options and better service for travellers while securing the long-term financial viability of passenger rail. We're heading in the right direction, Mr. Speaker, but there is more work to be done. Thank you.
Honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise in this House once again to urge this government to take action on the ongoing discrimination in Canada's immigration system against individuals with disabilities. Section 38(1)(c) of the Immigration Refugee Protection Act allows for the rejection of an entire family of applicants if one individual has a disability or medical condition that officials believe that could put, quote, excessive demand on Canada's health and or social services. Witnesses who appear before the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration confirm that the numbers provided to assess excessive demand are arbitrary, inaccurate, and do not take into account the potential contributions of the disabled person and or the family unit. This section has been explicitly and repeatedly recognized by parliamentarians, committee witnesses, and the Minister of Immigration himself as enabling discrimination against individuals with disabilities. In fact, during the recent Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration study of this provision, the member for Surrey Centre stated, and I quote, "I would say that initially I thought it was a good policy, but that would perhaps be a big burden on Canadians. But then I look back, and I don't want to equate it to this, and it's no different from the slave trade, in which only those selected as the strongest and the most able-bodied were brought from Africa. It's not that the whole policy is good at all, but I'm saying it's akin to discriminating when we're picking only people who are healthy, fully functioning, and with no intellectual disabilities and physical disabilities." He went on to say, Quote, as you can tell, almost all of us have an inclination that this policy is discriminatory. We already see that even within immigration, there's a two-tier policy, end quote. The member for St. John's East, in exchange with the minister, said, quote, I must say that at this point in time, I do not see how raising the threshold and excluding fewer people changes the fact that excluding anyone is prima facie discriminatory and violates Canadian values, end quote. The parliamentary secretary in the House, when I asked him of this question, he said, and I quote, the excessive demand provision is indeed an outdated policy, end quote. And the minister himself said, quote, from a principal perspective, the current excessive demand provision policy simply does not align with our country's values on the inclusion of persons with disabilities in Canadian society, end quote. Yet widespread recognition of this blatantly discriminatory policy has instilled no sense of urgency from the government to rectify the issue. The government has been consulting on this policy since October 2016, even though this provision is a textbook case of discrimination, one that has affected the lives of hundreds of immigrants who are good enough to work but not good enough to stay if their loved ones are affected by a disability. Mr. Speaker, that foot dragging is both irresponsible and an insult to people like Mercedes Benitez and Monica Mateo. These women came to Canada under the Live in Care program and have cared for our children and seniors. After years of waiting to be reunited with their families because one of their children has a developmental disability, they're now being discriminated against. These families deserve to be treated with respect and dignity. So my question to the government is this. Will the government commit to taking my private member's bill, Bill C-398, and turn it into a government bill and repeal Section 38(1)(c) of the Immigration, Refugee and Protection Act?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to seize the opportunity this evening to talk about the Government of Canada's program regarding accessibility and immigration applicants. As the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship has stated, the government is currently conducting a review of the fundamental aspects of this policy in order to ensure that it continues to fit with our government's current direction. As honourable members are aware, Canada's health admissibility provisions for immigration applicants are designed to, in part, reduce impacts on Canada's publicly funded health and social services systems. Under the current provisions, immigration officers reviewing applications determine excessive demand on health or social services by assessing the services required by an applicant, the cost of those services, and the effect on wait lists. I should stress that this policy does not apply to refugees and some sponsored family members. And I would also specify that no health condition results in an automatic rejection of an applicant, and each applicant is assessed on an individual basis. The aim of the policy is to balance two fundamental principles: protect publicly funded healthcare services and promote family reunification as well as refugee protection. That said, the Minister has noted, as my colleague said, that the current policy regarding excessive demand is over 40 years old and is out of step with our accessibility agenda. As such, our government recognizes the need to make this policy more fair and to address the inclusion of persons with disabilities while protecting publicly paid health and social services. Accordingly, officials in IRCC have undertaken a review of the excessive demand provision. The department has completed a fundamental review of the policy on excessive demand on health and social services. This commitment was made public in April 2016 in the management response to an internal evaluation on health screening. The department is considering the range of views from stakeholders, including disability advocates and, of course, provinces and territories. Mr. Speaker, I can assure you and my colleague that the Minister is considering the recommendations of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration, of which my colleague is a member. It's important to hold these types of consultations in order to develop new options and ensure that we get the policy right so that it will stand the test of time. Mr. Speaker, once again, our government is committed to ensuring that the policy regarding accessibility and immigration applicants continues to recognize the need to protect health, education, and social services, while also treating those applicants fairly. But once again, Mr. Speaker, we want to make sure that we conduct family reunification, and that is exactly why we're looking at the recommendations of the Standing Committee, and we will have a response very soon on the matter.
Vancouver East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Section 38(1)(c) goes against Canada's stated values on inclusion and the ideals we purport to uphold when we ratify the UN Convention on the Rights of the Disabled. From 2013 to 2016, 68 individuals were denied status in Canada due to impaired hearing, and 21 were denied for impaired vision. Imagine that. 697 individuals were discriminated against due to a developmental delay or intellectual disability. It has taken this government almost 2 years to recognize that breaking these families apart or denying them status in Canada based on a discriminatory law is wrong. The only way forward is full repeal of Section 38(1)(c). Nearly all the witnesses at committee stated that it was the only option, and even government members at the committee recognized that the discriminatory nature of this provision. The time to act is now. No more delays.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said before, and my colleague is aware, the Minister appeared before committee and clearly said that this policy was outdated. It's over 40 years old. As I said before, the policy tries to strike a balance between social services but also promoting family reunification and protecting refugees. We want applications to be treated fairly, but once again, we are studying the recommendations of the committee very carefully on the matter. I can assure my colleague that the Minister is taking these recommendations very seriously and that we will have a response, I hope very soon, on this subject. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. La Chambre demeure donc ajournée.
The House will remain adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.